Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's doing well today. Shabbat Shalom, everyone out there. Initially, shout out to the Truth family, Cobb, brothers and sisters that he teaches out there from California, Georgia. Hope everybody's doing well. I'm Yatazah. Shalom. Hope you're doing well out there in London. Streaming wisdom, brothers and sisters, Kazaki in Virginia, Quatazaf in Houston, Zion in Rochester. Hope y'all are doing well also. Once again, the Passover day is March 31st. We're going to celebrate actually with all the brothers and sisters. Hope it's going to be a good time. I know it is. We'll have time to spend time with the Akim and the brothers and sisters. So, forgive me if I'm kind of in a rush. I feel rushed because we're kind of running late. So, apologies to us. But without further ado, we're going to start sending our prayers up and acknowledgement to the Heavenly Father before we get started in class. Imagine. I'm so sorry. Been a while since I've done this. Oh yeah, put this on.
You got it.
Okay. Just get it. It cut on. It's just sideways. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa. Nathanawa. Awar. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa. Nathanawa. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa. Nathanawa. Hashabbat. Bat Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanyamya. Al. Hahoyam. Ma'aya. Yabu'a. Isaiah. Yabu'a. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'aratiza. La'a. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashamoya. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yashan. Shashawamar. Yashara. Yahweh. Shemoya. Yahweh. Tazalia. Al. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashmas. Yala'a. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'a. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashmoya. Makol. Right. Yashmor. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashmor. Wabalakia. Ma'aitha. I will.
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Okay. Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad.
Israelite Credo in English. Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodesh, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Waska, Taba'a, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Barataza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemayim, Nathalanawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachano, Ko, Wathino, Kasalachano, Ko, Wathino, Wala'a, Tabianawa, Walasawan, Hamshano, Mayan, White, Khaya, Lakab, Amrakwas, Waha'ara, Wahatapara, Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya.
La'ayahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahaya. Achayim. Ayo. Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a. Thina. Laka. Pasal. Wala'a. Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a. Thalachwacha. Shum. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakor. Hayawam. Hashabat. Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a. Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a. Ta'ana.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a. Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a. Ta'ina. Shakwa.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a. Ta'chamat. Ko. Ashura. Laraika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatay Hao Ba'Shem Yashai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshabim.
Everybody seated?
Okay. Last week, we dealt with the first portion of the story of Mordecai and Esther, the story of Purim. And we got to like 3 chapters and kind of dealt with a lot of the historical references leading up to the situation. The king in charge of the Persian Empire at the time was King Xerxes. This is around 400. It was around a 10-year span, going from like 484 BC to around 474 BC. And what we're going to do is recap a little bit of reading through the Josephus to kind of catch us up just with what's happening, because when we left off, Haman had just went through a set of lots. He casted lots to determine what was the best day to attack the Jews, the best day to sentence the Jews to death in an attempt to eradicate the nation after Mordecai, who was a servant in the king's house or the king's court, didn't acknowledge Haman, which was number 2 in the kingdom under Xerxes, as a god. The rest of the people that were in the court acknowledged him and worshiped Haman as a god. Mordecai didn't for multiple days and weeks in a row, to the point where Haman wanted some vengeance and blood, but he sat back and meditated on the best way to wipe out Mordecai and the best way to use the power and the friendship and trust that he had with Xerxes. His thinking was, I can use Xerxes to wipe out the entire nation of Jews. That's the best use of power with the friendship and alignment that I have with Xerxes. So what he ended up doing is he really took a lot of time to think about and meditate the best way to wipe out Xerxes. We talked about the casting of the lots and how it was a form of spirituality, especially with the nations who used chance as a symbolism of what the Most High, what the gods have ordained.
Let fate decide.
So for literally 12 months straight, all the days in, 12 months to the middle of the month, to the 13th of the 13th day of the 12th month, he was sitting back here casting lots to determine if he should sit back here and to kill the Jews the first month of the year, first day, first month of the year, 15th day, second month of the year, 13th day, and on and on and on and on and on. And he kept getting no when he casted lots until he got to the 12th day, 12th month, 13th day, and that's when he got his confirmation. When he got his confirmation, he ends up going to King Xerxes and convincing him, now listen, these Jews, they're troublemakers, historically, I'm asking you to take them out as a nation, and I will front their taxes out of pocket to make sure you don't fill it in your pocketbook. And Xerxes ends up listening to his whole plight and says, no problem, bro. Do what you got to do, and don't worry about losing the money out the pocket. We got it like that. So what we're going to go on is just quickly recap this in the Josephus and then continue moving forward to get the rest of this class. So first reading we're going to start off with is Job, book 11. Book 11, chapter 6, paragraph 5 and 6 in the Josephus. Yes, let's get started. Kariah. We're going to get everybody reading today. We got a full house.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyashala.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyashala. I'm Muslim. Brooke. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua B'Gatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua B'Gatam.
That's what's up. All right. Once again, shalom everybody tuning in. Hope everybody's having a Tawab Sabbath. We're going to get rolling on the rest of this class. And just keep it moving, keep getting through history. It's a lot of information from chapter to chapter, man. And I know the brothers in VA and Houston are going on this path too. It's a lot to learn. Don't get exhausted, man. There's a lot of information, but it's going to really help augment everybody's teaching and their understanding of these topics is going to widen even that much more. For every chapter you read, there's significance there. So just keep on your forward track. There's a lot there for everybody to grow with. So let's get this paragraph 5, sir. Right.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 11, chapter 6, paragraph 5. Now there was one, Haman, the son of Ammedatha, by birth an Amalekite, that used to go into the king, and the foreigners and Persians worshipped him. And Artaxerxes had commanded that such honor should be paid to him. But Mordecai was so wise and so observant of his own country's laws that he would not worship the man.
But we now know Haman was an Amalekite of the seed of Agag. Okay, we know that. We went into that last week in 1 Samuel 15 and all the history of the Amalekites and Agag and the Agagite people. Okay, let's continue.
Got it. It says, and so observant of his own country's laws that he would not worship the man. When Haman observed this, he inquired whence he came. And when he understood that he was a Jew, he had indignation at him.
First of all, he didn't know what this guy was because, like Mordecai told his niece Esther not to say what tribe you were. They were in that situation.
And you were talking about back last Shabbat about that was the case as a nation, pretty much.
Well, the ones that were in different countries were getting comfortable assimilating to the different customs and societies and life, and they were kind of keeping their ways, but not like rocking the boat. They knew who they were. They did what they did, but they didn't really proclaim it amongst everybody. Mordecai did the same. The only reason Haman found out, he did the inquiry. And in further inquisition of him, they found out he was a Jew. That got him even more heated because he knows his family history with these Jews. So this Edomite man who had a history of bitter hatred and fighting with the Jews was going to take this opportunity to wipe out the Jews if he could do it. Okay, let's continue.
And said within himself that whereas the Persians who were freemen worshipped him, this man who was no better than a slave does not vouchsafe to do so.
When the crazy thing is, the Jews were on the bottom of the totem pole. They were slaves. And the sad thing is, we were slaves in different countries, and we're comfortable being in that slavery spot. We're going to read later on, once we get past Esther, we're going to get into Ezra and Nehemiah, and we're going to find out that even these Jews, there was a lot of Jews, especially priests, who stayed back and didn't have any desire to go back home. They didn't have any desire to come back and reconstruct the lands that they once had. That wasn't even on the forefront of their mind. And as we get to Nehemiah, you're going to find out it took extreme poverty and conditions in Babylon to even inspire the Jews to come back home. And it's going to kind of, we'll go on to that later, but we were comfortable in these countries. And there wasn't a real hesitancy for most of us to come back and reclaim our lands and our inheritance.
And
it's really sad.
And people were already occupying our homes pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Some of them were, but we could have claimed them back.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is, whether it was King Cyrus, whether it was King Darius, then we're going to read about King Artaxerxes. All three of them said, listen, go back to your homelands. We will help you get situated into your homelands. Don't worry about squatters. Go back and take what's yours. And we still didn't want to do it.
You almost got to ask yourself, is Israel a homeborn slave like the Most High?
Jeremiah too.
Because, it's almost like it's better for us to be fed by the hand of our enemies than for us to have to go and become independent and self-sustained. Self-sustained, we have to think. We have to do all the thinking.
Yep.
You have to do all the thinking and the planning, and you're responsible for yourself.
You have to actually live by faith.
You got to live by faith, right?
We didn't want to do it. Listen, he had multiple kings giving us the clearance. And we're going to read it as we keep going. And they're like, nah, we're good, man. I'm okay. I am okay.
I
like what's going on? Babylon's an okay city for me.
The bread is great here.
Like, what are you talking about? Those falafel sandwiches in Babylon, you can't get them anywhere else.
You can't get it nowhere.
Those falafel sandwiches on West Griffith Street, you can't beat them. I love them. I got to have them. This is crazy. This is where our mind was at. But I don't want to take it too far down the line because we'll be going to that next week. But our people were comfortable. But the only thing, the reoccurring thing that shakes us out of our comfort is what? Pain, loss, or the threat of catastrophe. Then all of a sudden we're doing this. Prayers up.
Yeah.
Then everybody gets the prayers up emoji. There's even an emoji for it. Prayers up. Just don't front. Don't put the light skin hand when you brown eye. I can't stand when I see people. Come on, you know that's not your color. Not your color with the hand signal or the thumbs up. You give me this yellow hand. Your hand ain't yellow. Put brown on it. It's out front. I hate it when Israel does that. Come on, man. Match the color with the finger. Anyway, let me stop. That's some bias came out of that.
You might not get granted the blessing for the wrong hands.
Come on now. But the point is that's how the Most High shakes us up. So now we're in a situation where everybody's kind of fitting in. They're doing their Jew life. They're barely serving. They're operating in a synagogue type situation. Yeah. Now the Most High got to shake them up
and that's to
get them to be conscious back to the Heavenly Father.
Is this the age of synagogues?
This is when synagogue started during Babylon. That's when synagogue started. We were separate from our homeland. And they started having little schools set up to teach the scriptures. They weren't sitting back here sacrificing animals. It was just buildings. This is why this migration back to Israel was so important, to get us back to our ritual roots and getting back to our ritualistic principles. But neither here nor there. The Most High throughout this entire time of the Persian Empire was reminding us and setting up different scenarios to remind us to come back to Him. Don't forget this timeline. A small portion of Jews, only less than 50,000 people, were back home. We had already finalized the building of the temple in 515 BC. So we're around 30 years later, and we're now during the time of Esther. The Most High is still trying to wake us up and remind us to tap back into our roots and our nationality, and to tap back into cleaving unto us. Cleaving back to the Heavenly Father. So now we're here. Haman is going through all of his technical reasonings and his technical approach to figure out now how he's going to methodically break us.
Like a supervillain, pretty much.
Well, I'm going to say like Esau. Yeah. Esau, Scripture says Esau is a what hunter?
Hunter.
He just don't roll by happenstance and just does dumb stuff. He thinks, he plans, he organizes, and he plans the proper strategy to attack his enemy or whoever his foe is. And that's just the nature of that person. So Haman methodically did the same thing to our people. Like when you read in Esther, I'm not going there because we already went over it last week. I just kind of want to go through a verbal recap so we don't go into this class rest of it like dry and behind. He went for an entire year to cast lots to determine the best time to wipe us out. That was Esther 3 and 7. Just read it. Forget hell. Just give it to me. I'm talking it. Read Esther 3 and 7. Come on. Esther 3 and 7. Shalom Josiah. Why do brothers do that?
Chapter 3 and verse
Let's put
7.
it online like what?
I see you right here in the room.
Shalom, brother. How you doing?
That's Gen Z work right there.
Yeah, younger brothers do that for some reason. They're in class and they still say shalom. We appreciate the support, Josiah Online. Josiah Online and Josiah in front of us. We appreciate that. Read that. Esther, chapter 3, verse 7.
God. Esther, chapter 3 and verse 7.
Matter of fact, give me verse 5. Give me verse 7.
Esther, chapter 3 and verse 5. And when Haman saw that Mordecai bowed not, nor did him reverence, then was Haman full of wrath.
Then it goes into what we read in Josephus, how he inquired who this cat is, found out he was a Jew. Then he sat back here and figured out how to break him. Give me verse 6.
Verse 6. And he thought scorn to lay hands on Mordecai alone, for they had showed him the people of Mordecai. Wherefore Haman sought to destroy all the Jews that were throughout the whole kingdom of Xerxes, even the people of Mordecai.
So he's like, instead of just killing this one dude, let me think bigger. And let me wipe out Xerxes. Read on.
In the first month, that is the month Nisan, in the 12th year of King Xerxes, they cast Purim.
So listen, he cast Purim on the first month. Read on.
That is the lot before Haman from day to day.
From day to day, from the first year, from the first day of the month, of the first month, all the way into the 12th month, they were casting lots to determine what was the best day to wipe out these Jews. This man was methodical. They casting lots, meaning whatever religious institution, whatever group of people, and he trusted to operate this game of chance. He was very patient. He went 350 some odd days, 340 some odd days until he figured out the day that the spirits said it was time to break these Jews down. Read on.
It says, from day to day and from month to month to the 12th month.
He went 12 months day to day to find out, is this the day to take out the Jews? No. The next day, is this the day to take out the Jews? No. All this time. And once we talked about, matter of fact, there was a verse report in Proverbs. Give it to me in Proverbs 16 and 33. I want to bring this out because this was really the crux of what even the term Purim is about. Purim is about casting lots. So even though this man casted lots and was methodical in his inventions, to also somebody give me Isaiah 55 and 17 if I'm not mistaken. But he was crafty in his inventions and even went to some type of spiritual direction to kind of wipe us out. Even that spiritual path that he went to wipe us out in a backfiring for the people the Most High intends to back. Give me that Proverbs 16 and 33.
Proverbs chapter 16 and verse 33.
Yeah.
The lot is cast into the lap, but the whole disposing thereof is of the Most High.
The lot might be cast into the lap because I'm sitting back here casting the lot is right in front of me. Whatever that lot says, people might obey it. They might believe in it. But it says the disposing thereof is of the Most High. How it operates, how it ends up, how it turns out is really in the hands of the Heavenly Father.
So the execution comes from the Father.
Yes. So whatever the lot might be on my lap doesn't mean that's what the Heavenly Father is going to sit back here and back and condone. Okay? Now, I want that, I think it's Isaiah 55 and 17.
It's verse 7, sir.
Is it? Hold on. Let me see.
There's no 7.
It's probably 7, sir.
No, it's not. It's not.
No weapon.
Yes, no weapon.
Isaiah 54 and 17.
It's 54.
Okay.
There you go.
Always,
All Copies always say like scripture with dyslexia. You're one off, one chapter off. I remember 17.
Isaiah 54 and 17. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper.
Whether it's lots, whether it's whatever. Remember, I've seen a lot of people get scared of roots. I got roots on me, man. I better watch out.
somebody put roots on.
Somebody put roots on me. Or people be scared of that voodoo curses and all that crap.
Yeah.
Listen, man, hexes. I heard they throw hex out.
I heard they throw hex.
Listen,
Watch out.
the Most High is still looking after us despite all this mumbo jumbo. The eye,
That's a
the
real
wicked eye, right?
Yeah,
That's more wicked than hexes act than
It's
Haiti
bad, bro.
hexes act.
that's the same. It's equivalent.
Yeah.
Somebody give you oho.
What
Somebody,
does that even mean, man? Unless you got you gotta touch the baby or you'll get a curse or something like that.
It's envy.
If you look at too much, you got to do a touch.
It has to do with
That's
envy.
superstition.
But why do you have to touch it? How does that nix the envy?
It's the evil eye. Somebody
What does that even mean? I don't understand.
It takes away the itch of wanting. Like you gotta touch
If you touch it, it takes away the envy to want it more.
Yeah. So if you can't touch it, like you want it some more.
So you don't like steal babies now? I just don't get it. I've never understood
It don't make no
that
sense.
thinking. Anyway,
well, the scriptures say that what's more wicked than the eye.
Yeah.
It said the eye is more wicked than any orphan, than anything.
so why should I touch what I want if I'm trying to eliminate it? Well, I read some scriptures about I shouldn't want it.
Because when you see it, you want it. You buy it. You own it.
That's the prophecy of Flip.
Little Flip chapter 1 verse 3. Anyway, let me stop out.
It's true though.
Anyway, whatever the psychological reasoning behind it is, there's nothing that can be formed against it is going to prosper if we please the Heavenly Father. Right? Continue in your verse.
And every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, saith the Lord.
The heritage meaning this is the fate of the people that have other people that want the worst and want to see you fall. Doesn't matter what people have a hatred of you or have an issue with you. If it's of the Lord, nothing can stop it. Even Gamaliel told the high priest that, listen, man, there's nothing we can do to stop this process if it's of the Lord. This is during the book of Acts, if I'm not mistaken. So it's the same concept here. Haman is going through all this methodical thinking and planning, but it's not going to change the outcome. Okay, so we're going to let this go in Esther 3 and 7. Let's continue in Josephus.
Huh.
Then we're going to sit back here and eventually get back to Esther 4.
Huh. Antiquity of the Jews, book 11, chapter 6, paragraph 5, line 211. And when he desired to punish Mordecai, he thought it too small a thing to request of the king that he alone might be punished. He rather determined to abolish the whole nation, for he was naturally an enemy to the Jews, because the nation of the Amalekites, of which he was, had been destroyed by them. Accordingly, he came to the king and accused him, saying, there is a certain wicked nation, and it is dispersed over all the habitable earth that is under his dominion, a nation separate from others, unsociable, neither admitting the same sort of divine worship that others do, nor using laws like to the laws of others, at enmity with thy people and with all men, both in their manners and practices. Now if thou wilt be a benefactor to thy subjects, thou wilt give order to destroy them utterly, and not leave the least remains of them, nor preserve any of them, either for slaves or for captives, but that the king might not be damnified by the loss of the tributes which the Jews paid him. Haman promised to give him out of his own estate 40,000 talents, whensoever he pleased. And he said he would pay this money very willingly, that the kingdom might be freed from such a misfortune.
So like I said, Haman said, I'm going to come out of my own pocket to pay for the dues they normally pay. Which meant what? What did it mean? That the Jews weren't really bringing nothing to society on a financial level.
They didn't pay no taxes.
They didn't have no money. They didn't have no taxes to pay. If one man can sit back and come out of his own pocket and say, "Man, listen, my 50,000 is gonna cover all these bozos, and I'm bringing nothing to the table," that means we were on the bottom of the totem pole.
Okay.
That means we didn't have a lot of assets to give in the
class.
first. We didn't have a lot of assets anyway to provide. Think about that. We were really low for one man to say, "Man, I can give you this. That's little money even for me." What they're paying in taxes.
Well, my question is this: would that mean? Would that give justification to kill us anyway because we weren't beneficial to the overall economy?
Well, I would imagine there's a bunch of people that weren't beneficial to the economy, but I'm just saying that we weren't. We didn't have much. We didn't have much, and it goes back to what Shamshawan said. We were homeborn slaves. We didn't have no assets, no property, and we wanted to stay in Master's house, the big house, versus sitting back and go home and build our fortune and reestablish ourselves and actually have something. We're ready to sit back here and live in an apartment, chilling, not having to, on Section 8, not having to think about nothing, not having to sit back and worry about our debts. We're getting carried. That's the point. We're being carried, and we were still anti-society. And he said, these guys are a damn burden. It's the Persian man's burden. It was the Persian man's burden before it was the Edomite man's burden.
White man's burden.
And before the white man's burden, it was the Persian man's burden. It was the Babylonian man's burden. And it was the Greek man's burden.
No.
Then it was the Roman man's burden.
Wow.
This is the truth.
So you're saying, let me sure I'm not saying, repeat what you're saying, but I'm trying to understand.
You just said it.
I just did it.
Yes.
But you're saying that because, it's like on Sashawan's point, because we have the homeborn slave mentality and we're not self-sufficient, because we don't.
We didn't want to be self-sufficient.
Because we don't serve the Most High and work with each other properly, and we take advantage of our own people. We're always in these precarious, weak positions in society.
I'm going to say this.
In general.
I'm not here to say that the Jews in these different countries didn't follow the Sabbath and serve the Lord. But if this one man can cover the bill for the bank accounts and the taxes and the tributes that an entire nation brought to the table, what was the nation bringing to the table? Not that much. Because on a logical level, why would the king even entertain losing this much tax dollars? It must have meant we didn't bring a lot of tax dollars to the table.
Which justifies more slavery.
That's the point.
But which, if you're not really a benefit to society, you gotta be good for something. You gotta be a beast of burden.
That's the point. But it also showed we weren't willing to follow his laws and then get our asses back to work. Because think about this: what was waiting for us back in Jerusalem? Work. You know what it was? Fallow damn ground. That's what was waiting for us.
And what's that? Because some people don't know what that means.
Fallow ground is weeds, grass up to here. You got 5 acres. You got 5 to 10 acres. I just said 5. You got 5 to 10 acres, and the grass is higher than your head.
It's called brush country.
That don't sound like it's good. That sounds like it's fun. Cool, you don't know what the cusses. You in that world. You're
got pit vipers over there.
You got vipers. You got hogs. You got all kind of animals out there. You got to cut that down. They didn't have lawnmowers back in them days. Like, well, what are they going to use to cut the grass down?
Sickles.
That's some big things, though. You can't just cut it. A lot of sickles. That's a lot of root top.
Bro, man, stick and thorns everywhere. This stick is everywhere. Brother, and you sitting back here. That's waiting for the Jews. Get your ass back on your ancestral land and work them plots, or be in poverty in a foreign country, in a city. Because that's what the Most High gave all of our people. We had land to work. How come we don't want to go back to our land, our property? And you know why? We couldn't sell our property. We couldn't sell our property. The only property you can sell is your places in the city. But you couldn't sell your own property lot. Yeah. So we rather just gave up our lot because we couldn't sell it. We didn't want to work it. What does that say about us?
We want the fast life.
Yeah.
We're lazy,
Yeah. We want the quick come up.
So I'd rather be broke and be able to survive in my broke hustle.
Or hit licks.
Then go hitting licks.
I see how
then sitting back here and then going back to work in my homeland.
Because you did say a class ago that the idea of praying and saying we have our land, and the Most High saying go back to your land, that does mean that you gotta live that routine, regimented, oatmeal
a lot.
Simple, over and over and over, planting seeds all day. You can't really leave the farm and do what you gotta do because you have more responsibilities at 5 a.m.
Your life is work.
Your life is
either your life is work and you can eventually have something, or you're gonna be in the city and be broke but be able to survive.
We didn't want to maintain it.
Of course. Look at us now. Look at our people now. Who wants to work for theirs? Who wants to work? And I'm going to say, who wants to work and serve God? That's even fewer.
But serving God is a job too.
That's even fewer people. You get a lot of Israelites, they will read the hell out the Bible, but don't ask them to read the Bible and work at the same time. It ain't going to happen. They will work or they will love God. Say, we need you to do, but I got to be a priest. I have to study more. Okay, but you still got to survive and eat too.
Am
I lying or not? This is a real issue with Israelites. I don't know if y'all saw that image of that Hebrew doll that was circulating on our thread. They should have said, I don't want to work Monday through goddamn Thursday afternoon either. I will not do that work. But I will do everything else in that damn doll, but I'm not working either from Sunday to damn Friday morning. I'm not busting my tail for the oppressor. We would talk that jive. But reading these scriptures, we don't want to work for the oppressor, and we don't want to work on that damn fallow ground either. That was ours.
We need some servants then.
But you're already a servant. You ain't getting servants. The servants ain't getting servants.
The servants need
What kind of dumb stuff is that? I'm just painting a point about the Hebrew condition, about the Jews, about the character flaw with our people. We'd rather be viewed and classified as slaves in foreign countries than go back home and be landowners. We only had 50,000 people come back home. And then when Ezra came back, there wasn't a whole lot of people that came with him. And then when Nehemiah came back, there wasn't a lot of people with him. Like, what the hell just happened? We just forfeited on our inheritance because it was hard work and we were comfortable being second-class citizens. And then we'll complain and mutter secretly about how living in this second-class society sucks. And I can't wait till the powers that be fall. That sounds like us all the time.
I'll put one scripture real fast.
Yeah.
Proverbs 15 and verse 19. You gotta go there. It's a simple scripture. Proverbs 15:19 says, "The way of the slothful man is as a hedge of thorns, but the way of the righteous is made plain." Now we can be over spiritual, be like the Lord makes the way plain because He's righteous, or look at the fact that
You got to explain that first part.
yeah, so I'm gonna go that. The way of the slothful man is as a hedge of thorns. A slothful man is not going to develop the responsibility the Most High gave him.
Why? Because everything is an obstacle. Every path is a hedge of what?
Thorns.
It's thorns. And all I'm concerned about is how much work
It pricks
this
the flesh.
path is going to be.
It pricks the
How
flesh.
much work this path is going to be. How hard this path is going to be. Or this is too much. This is too much. This isn't wisdom to do
It's a
this.
thorn.
Everything is too much to do. That is the way of a slothful man. A slothful man is always going to tell you how hard something is.
Definition of thorn.
Yeah,
Worldly cares. Things which prevent the growth of good principles.
yeah. Listen, everything is an inconvenience. Versus saying, this inconvenience is going to be a character builder for me. Because that's what a humble person looks at. I look at the thorns as a lesson. The slothful man looks at the thorns as this doesn't make any sense, this isn't wisdom. Why go through that?
It's too much.
That is the difference in the mindset. Then you said, what was the second part of
The
that?
way of the slothful man is as a hedge.
Yeah.
Everything's a barrier.
Mm-hmm.
And the barrier is always some type of inconvenience, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the contrast is, but the way of the righteous, most I say who's correcting the situation, is made plain. Now we always read that made plain part and be extra spiritual. The Lord's going to make it plain. No, you're going to follow what the scripture says and go to work.
Yep.
And because you're going to work and you're dealing with inconvenience, and we always go into it about allowing the Most High to condition us and make us uncomfortable. I can be uncomfortable and sacrifice to the Father, and through that discomfort process, I can put the works in to make the way plain. They both have a field.
Listen, you know what plain means? There's thorns here. Guess what you got to do? Cut them down. You know what also, when you're looking at thorns, what's the first thing you got to do and accept when you're looking at thorns? You're going to get stuck. So if I accept,
He knows.
I'm going to get bloody.
That brother knows.
Listen, maybe you can get some gloves, them yard gloves. You might help you a little bit.
They do.
You get them yard. I'm talking about them hard wool
No, not wool. Them cow leather.
That's what that's what I meant. They're woolly. They feel kind of woolly.
Yeah.
They're like great. Yeah, and then they're burlappy. You gonna get a little bruise. You wear some long sleeves and get your ass to work. And you know what? I'm gonna work a little bit today. Tomorrow I'm gonna work another way, a little bit more today. That's plain. That's simple.
A workman.
Because I accept I gotta go to work. And if I work a little bit every day, I'm gonna look up and I'm gonna get what I need to get done. But you know that person who looks at thorns, everything's complicated. There's so much going on. Listen, you don't want to do some shit. I don't understand it. Yeah, the scripture talks about the person who don't understand is wicked.
Oh yeah, that's a wicked guy.
Because when I don't want to do something, I got 1,000 reasons why I can't do it. Why this riddle doesn't make sense. Why are there thorns here? I don't understand why we got to go through the thorns. Because you got to go through
Why
the
is
thorns.
God making me do this?
Go through the thorns.
That's what people really want to say.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
you can say the thorn. The field grew because somebody put a seed there. Maybe a bird dropped a seed, their little thorn seed. But either way, it's there.
Or the neighbors' seeds came over here to your zone, man. And
Exactly.
I don't want to go there. Listen, I want to get back on class. What you going to say?
Now, so the real wicked dude will say, man, the Most High made the thorns there because he don't want me.
The Spirit's telling me to
yeah,
stop.
The Spirit's telling me to stop.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of those guys.
That's a good one. He's using the spirit against the spirit.
The Spirit's telling me, because there's obstacles, not to push forward. Let me go to the easier path.
That's the sign.
Man,
But that's
to lay up.
This is why our nation's always in this, like Shasha was going on earlier, in this homeborn slave condition. Because you will hit the thorns. Oh, Master said hit the thorns? Of course, Master. Aye, Captain. We're aye, Captain when Master says hit the thorns. Because we want their approval. But when we don't have any kind of pressure of a whip cracking on our back or to get some kind of kudos and some kind of points, some kind of benefits on the job off serving Master, then we're not going to hit those same bushes. Those bushes get hit if Master says do it. The bushes don't get hit if ain't no Master there. No whip crackers, no benefits and perks.
You know, I'm going to say this. Israel, a lot of our people lack the willingness and capacity to serve the Most High with fervency and to embrace our workload with fervency.
That's true.
A lot of us lack that willingness. It's not about talent, it's willingness. Can you sit back here and embrace your work, the stuff, the burdens that you are ordained to deal with, and then come home and deal with the ordained work you have at home and the ordained work you have to sustain your spirit?
Yeah.
A lot of our people choose not to embrace the totality of the responsibilities the Lord has for us in our life.
That's because a lot of times our people believe that certain things are beneath them.
Yeah.
And I like what Matthew Henry says. He says that the only thing that should be beneath you is sin.
Oh, man.
He said that's the only thing that should be
He was
beneath
an old 1800 white man. He had one of them old, he had one of them Abe Lincoln hats out. He had to be one of those hardcore dudes out.
you.
He had to be. I'm buying that
He's
guy.
an honorary Negro, if you ask me. We gotta claim him.
He's honorary. We got to claim him in a ranking draft. Give me Matthew Henry the first pick.
Yeah.
We'll get the brothers right.
First pick of the Negro draft. Give me that guy.
Yeah.
No, I want that guy. I want that guy.
Nah.
Not
He
even
was
close.
discrimination.
Just because he plays the saxophone out
They
in
smoke
Arkansas, that's not enough.
Smoke a little joint.
That guy's a bad guy. That guy's not a good guy. I'm sorry.
But Matthew Henry, we'll take him all day. That's wisdom.
That's hilarious.
To the
Listen,
other-
we're joking. We're keeping things light. But I'm not joking about the reality and the conditions of our people. We'll serve the Most High, or we'll go to work to make money. Because Israel will do that too. They will go to work and make their money.
Yeah.
Because their confidence is in their money.
Get paid.
But you don't get the combination of, I'm going to bust my tail for the Lord, and I'm going to bust my tail for the body, or I got to bust my tail. Scripture says, whatever you put your hands to do what? What does that even mean? You can't pick and choose what you dedicate your spirit to. If it's provided in front of you, you got to be the best you can be in it.
Isn't that why Elisha was like one of the great examples in Scripture was Elisha being chosen? Because when he was hitting his field, he had multiple yokes of oxen.
Mm-hmm.
You know how hard that is, huh?
Listen, I can't say for a fact that he rode 12 oxen at a time because these men had servants. And Elisha did come from a wealthy family.
Okay.
So it was very possible that he had servants rocking that too. But it didn't change the fact that he was out there grinding with those servants on his land.
Okay.
What it shows is he had the work ethic to sustain his family, to sustain his household, and he took that work ethic and equaled it in serving the Lord. That's what you can take with Elisha's example.
Okay.
And Elisha, Most High is not just choosing some lazy ass guy that's not serious about staying on top of his work to do his work. That's not the case either. Yes, sir.
So, yeah, it's like having your worldly job. You can be on time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all of a sudden, being on time for something that's camp oriented or spiritual, now all of a sudden you can't get there.
You know why? Because the camp process, you're not going to get the benefits and the ego that comes from working that job in the world. But you still have to put as much energy into it and as much commitment to it and sacrifice to it as you would sitting back here working a top tier corporate America job or an athletic job that has you in the spotlight all the time.
Which is just as much slavery as anything else.
But there is a prestige to it that motivates people to push further in that direction. But the Most High's looking at your motor, your motivation, your why, regardless of what arena you're at. And the Most High is showing us, just because I wasn't born in Jerusalem doesn't mean I wasn't supposed to go back to my homeland and go back to work. Because that was another thing. We were only like 3 or 4 generations separated from our homeland.
That's not my problem.
So
That
now
shows a lack of
I'm an
nationality.
American citizen.
That shows a lack. That shows that it's almost kind of a set up mindset where the nations we're looking at ourselves as individuals more than looking at ourselves as a group.
Yeah. And it still boils down to comfort. Israel has been about their comfort from the beginning. We chose slavery, bottom of the totem pole situation, versus we were getting royal decrees from all the cities saying, go back to your homeland. We're going to give you some money in your pocket for the trip, just to get you there. Through each king, minus a couple of negative kings, the door was open for us to make it happen.
We're getting FEMA checks to go home.
Listen, Cyrus, we're getting extra stipends.
Yeah.
Cyrus, Darius, Xerxes. Xerxes didn't push it. Artaxerxes pushed it. It was 4 out of like 6, 7 kings. And we said, we'll pass. We'll just stay in this condition. Because it was easier.
That's facts.
And that's why we don't push ourselves now, because it's easier. And we don't like living a life where we feel that constant pressure to change or that constant pressure to live up to an expectation.
Or deal with thorns.
But that's living up to an expectation. I got to go to a piece of land that's jacked up, and I got to fix this from the ground up. Why do it? Anyway.
Because I can control my output. And that's what a lot of people like to do. They like to control their output versus live up to the standard that the Most High set forward.
And once again, that's that pressure. The standard that the Most High has for us is viewed as pressure.
It's too much.
Viewed as thorns. Pressure, thorns. That's what that slothful man is saying. So why I deal with these thorns? Because the funny thing is, when you read about Zerubbabel and the first batch of people that came over, it was an entire family line that came over. So you were responsible for your family. And these guys still aren't coming through. You had families that came with these men. Cousins, aunties, uncles, grandparents. And you didn't have the desire to sit back and go back to your ancestral land and fight for them.
Well, even when you look at the mentality for the ancestral land, what it took to get it, the Most High told Joshua, only be thou strong and of good courage.
Mm-hmm.
Because even when the Most High said, I want y'all to have this land flowed with milk and honey, there were still giants that lived that you had to fight. You weren't getting this land without a fight. So even from the beginning of getting our homeland, some people didn't want to go through what it took to even inherit it or to even obtain it.
Yeah.
Because the battle was too great.
Yeah.
The work was too great. The giants are too big.
Let alone the farmland.
Yep.
You had to deal with these bozos, these damn Hatfields and McCoys that you ain't getting on my land. Pow, pow. Boom, 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 boom.
Giant rednecks, huh?
Listen, there was Edomite squatters on the land, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa, you niggas ain't getting on my land. No, you ain't. It's been 70 years. It's mine now.
Yeah, that's true.
Tell them, Paul.
Get out of here.
Get. Pow. This next one was aiming right at you. I gave you the warning. You gotta deal with that.
Yeah, that's true. I'm going back to Persia. I'm going back to Persia, cuz. It's too much.
Well, we'll shoot our people. We'll sit back and scrap our people.
Step to my sandals,
Listen, we'll sit back here and shoot ourselves over some BS, but not fight for our own nationality and land.
Yep.
I'm just showing us the mentality of our people.
That's sad.
Anyway, I think we've set the tone of class. Let's continue, man. Where are we at?
We're in chapter 6 now.
Paragraph 6, you mean, right?
Paragraph 6.
Okay. So once again, Haman is like, listen, I'll come out of pocket to pay for the meager taxes that represent the Jews' tax GDP over the annual time. Listen, he's like, take it out of my pocket annually. Take it out of my every year. Just take it out. Because it's little money.
He's not sweating.
It's little money. Read on.
Paragraph 6. When Haman had made this petition, the king both forgave him the money.
Don't forget. The Persian king Darius was losing money with the Jews. Why? Because he was sending daily sacrifices out there for him. Remember? And he said, out of the money that is relegated for that region, the Syro-Syrian region, take these expenses out of the region to sit back and send sacrifices and animals to keep the offerings burning on a daily basis so that you guys can pray for Persia. So that was an expense coming out of the Persian bank account. So this was a loss. Listen, the Jews weren't profitable to the rest of the world. We were an expense.
To the white man to flip it.
Well, it's not the white man. This has nothing to do with the white man. This is the Persian man's burden, The Persian man's losing bread, It ain't just the white man. So we weren't bringing nothing to the table,
We were losing money.
We were taking money from the king's pocketbook, But in consideration that your God will look after us and run our kingdom. Because these kings had visions that the Most High brought them on those positions.
That's a good deal.
So because of it, they're like, you know what? I'll take a little hit on my taxes for these Jew boys to send some prayers up for me so I can stay on power and make more money somewhere else.
Yep.
So that is a good deal. But financially, it's not a good deal. So Haman is going on a financial approach to Xerxes. And as you're going to read, Xerxes is a very aloof king.
Now, we say aloof, what do you mean by
He's smiling. He got a rib. He don't even know her tribe, He got a wife. He don't know where she's from,
bad, cuz.
But listen, this is 12 years in the kingdom, and he still don't know what nation his wife is from. Okay, what's this guy up to, man? I can see if she was a concubine. Xerxes walk around here like, my wife is bad, ain't she?
What is she?
Where's she from? She from Babylon. What's her nationality?
Fine.
She from Babylon. What's her favorite color? Fine. Whatever color that is, that's my favorite color. That's her favorite color. Because she's mine. Listen, you're going to read Xerxes isn't up on, his foreign policy is horrible. Because Xerxes' whole focus was taking Greece. He went to take Greece in 480.
His domestic policies.
His domestic was bad. He was out there and started trying to fight the Greeks, which ties into where Haman comes in later on. But his foreign policy, he's aloof to a lot of things going on. He doesn't really know what's going on. Don't forget, Mordecai saved his life. And it took years to figure out to reward him.
And who saved my life last year?
He's aloof.
The Most High had to take his sleep from him.
For him to say, look at the books. You can't go to sleep anyway.
Yeah.
I'll finally look at the records.
Yeah.
You finally look at the records after years? Oh, this guy saved my life. I didn't give him a proper thank you. What's up with this guy? It just showed he was a very aloof king, and a lot of things slipped. Even the guy Haman, you're going to find out, was really against him. And he wasn't up on it. It just shows what kind of guy he is. He going to sit back here, and don't forget, the Persians can't change their backs on royal decrees. So guess what? He would have to kill his wife. Because his wife was a Jew too. She would have had to die. And he wouldn't even have known.
He would have been back there for him.
That's the point. This is how disconnected he was to his subjects and his surrounding environment. So, continue, sir.
Line 215. When Haman had made this petition, the king both forgave him the money and granted him the men.
He said, don't worry about the bread. You don't even got to come out of pocket. Because it's that little money. I'm not gonna notice it. I'm not going to notice the tribute the Jews bring to the table. Read on.
To do what he would, it says, to do what he would with them. So Haman, having gained.
You see how aloof he was? Just do what you want to do with it. Who cares? I'll give you my signet. Kill them all. Whatever, man. You're my dude, right? Listen, we're going to sit back and do parcheesi after this, man?
Yeah, bro.
Cool, man. We're going to hang out afterwards? Cool. We'll do that afterwards. That's the kind of guy he is. Read on.
Having gained what he desired, sent out immediately a decree as from the king.
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
I don't know if it is these.
I don't really sound like a light-minded guy would do that. But keep going. I keep reading it.
To all nations, the contents whereof were these: Artaxerxes, the great king, to the rulers of the 127 provinces, from India to Ethiopia, sending this writing. Whereas I have governed many nations and obtained the dominions of all the habitable earth, according to my desire, and have not been obliged to do anything it says that insolent or cruel to my subjects by such my power, but have showed myself mild and gentle by taking care of their peace and good order, and have sought how they might enjoy those blessings for all time to come. And whereas I have been kindly informed by Haman, who, on account of his prudence and justice, is the first in my esteem and in dignity, and only second to myself, for his fidelity and constant goodwill to me, that there is an ill-natured nation intermixed with all mankind, that is averse to our laws, and not subject to kings, and of a different conduct of life from others, that Haman said that hateth monarchy, and of a disposition that is pernicious to our affairs. I gave order to these men, of whom Haman, our second father, hath informed us, be destroyed with their wives and children, and that none of them be spared, and that none prefer pity to them before obedience to this decree. And this I will to be executed on the 14th day of the 12th month of this present year.
And he did the lots for that.
Yes, no. So what's happening is he did an entire year. He did an entire year to plan it, and then this decree came out for the next year. Because so what ended up happening is he ends up talking to. He waits a year from January to mid. I don't want to say January. That's wrong. The first month of the year is in the spring. They run it to the 12th month with the lots. He makes his decision of what day to take out the Jews. Then he goes to the king within that last 2-week span. Then the letters come out, and the decree comes out for the next year. So that by January of next year, the decree comes out. So now you have a year to go before the actual killing happens. It wasn't like sequence was like this. It was a year to prep. It was a year to sit back and plan on what day to do it. Then it was a year to get out to all these 127 provinces the word and the preparation. Because you're sitting back here sending letters out. So it's not happening within a 2-week span.
Yeah.
It's not an email. There's no email. There's no national email that comes out that says, in 2 weeks, dog, you're going to kill all them Jews out, dog. It's 12 months of prep. Then the king gets the conversation. He gives it a go. Then the letters come out the next couple weeks to get everybody acquainted to the fact that at the echelon level, we're going to take these boys out soon. We're going to take all these Jews out of every province and kill them. So the plan was to get your goons ready. Get them ready. So when we get to next year around this time, around the 12th month, we're going to kill them all. So this is a 2-year process that all this was going on. Things don't happen that fast. Okay? So what's that?
So it said, sent out the immediate decree as from the king. So Haman wrote these, or
No.
the king wrote them?
The king gave the okay.
Artaxerxes wrote it.
Yeah. Yes.
Because he says that from the king to all nations, the contents whereof were these. When you look at line 216, That's the beginning of the king's letter.
Mm-hmm. Now, listen. Let me see. Matter of fact, listen. Esther, the scripture gives a little more clarity to it because it sits back here and tells you that Haman was given the king's ring. So he could just okay it and have scribes write it. I don't think Xerxes wrote it. Hold this. Go to Esther 3.
I see what you're saying. You're saying Haman wrote it, but he got permission from the king.
Yes.
All these great things
Yes.
about himself.
Yeah.
so
Yes.
that's all.
Well,
Artaxerxes didn't write it?
no, it's not Artaxerxes, it's Xerxes.
Xerxes didn't come.
Let's go. Let's confirm it. Let's go to Esther, chapter 3, and verse 10.
Con.
Matter of fact, verse 9.
Con.
We went over this last week. We're here, so we got to do this. Part is important for the overall scenario later on. So let's read that.
Con. Esther chapter 3 verse 10. And the king took his ring from his hand and gave it unto Haman, the son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, the Jews' enemy.
So the king gave his royal signet. That's what the ring means. You put the little red ink or whatever, that red wax, and you use it as to say, this came from the king. Nobody can duplicate this ring or this message. Read on.
Verse 11. And the king said unto Haman, the silver is given to thee, the people also, to do with them as it seemeth good to
So what
thee.
he's saying now is, now I'm giving you more money to allow the other provincial leaders to pay for the executioners, to pay for the killing to happen. Read on.
Then were the king's scribes called on the 13th day of the first month, and there was written according to
You
all
see what
that
it said? The king's scribes wrote on the first month, 13th day. So the letter was written first month, 13th day, but the execution was coming for the 12th month, 14th day. Right? Okay. Read on.
Done. It says, then were the king's scribes called on the 13th day of the first month, and there was written according to all that Haman had commanded.
Stop. So Haman didn't write it himself either. Haman talked it out, pacing back and forth, and the scribes with the little feather ink pens, like it's in France. I just sitting back here writing it down now for everybody to read out. That's how I'm envisioning it. There's like candles. There's like candles and lighting, and it's like, no, scratch that. The king said this. No. What's a better way to say it?
He said, our second father, Haman, our
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the way I have to say it. I want it that way.
Yeah.
And the scribe's like, yes, my lord. And they're writing it down in all the different languages, in all different provinces, and they're shipping it out. But that's the first month, 13th day, for it to be executed, 12th month, 14th day. So this is a 2-year process. That makes sense? But it wasn't Artaxerxes himself writing it, but Artaxerxes authorized whatever he wanted to be done. Once again, it shows Xerxes was a very hands-off kind of guy. He overly delegated everything. And that's how you get caught slipping. But read on.
It says, read from top. It says, then were the king's scribes called on the 13th day of the first month, and there was written according to all that Haman had commanded unto the king's lieutenants and to the governors that were over every province, and to the rulers of every people of every province according to the writing thereof, and to every people after their language.
So there you go. You had all different writings in different languages expressing the same kill order. It was like execute order 66 out. But it can't happen for 12 months.
Yeah.
Read on.
In the name of King Xerxes was it written and sealed with the king's ring.
Mm-hmm.
And the letters were sent by posts into all the king's provinces to destroy, to kill, and to cause to perish all Jews, both young and old, little children and women, in one day, even upon the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month Adar, and to take the spoil of them for a prey.
Now the crazy thing is, one would ask, why would something like this have to happen to the Jews at this point? I guess one of the reasons is because you don't want to go home. What other scenario can the Most High do to kind of bring everybody together?
Force everybody to come together.
That's the point. We don't want to come together willingly. We don't want to come back to our homeland. So what else the Most High can do to shake us back to serving Him?
It gets worse though.
That's the point. And the crazy, this one, even the 9.5 tribes who were just out here wilding out by this point. 9.5 is out here making our trek to Europe, through Europe. We'd already gotten through, well, I'm not saying we'd all, but a lot of us were already still in Turkey and moving our way up. So the Most High is like, listen, I got to sit back and shake these people up one way or another. They don't want to come and serve me in Israel. So what else can I do to get them to come back to me? And this is what sets it up. Because the Most High is the master planner. So I got to create something to get them to be fearful enough to send prayers and come back to me and try to serve me. Just like He does us. He gives us many catastrophes in our life for us to start praying.
Yeah.
For us to start serving Him. At least many catastrophes for us.
It's like I don't know. I don't know about the term of it, but how bad do you want it to get? What has to happen to get you
Many catastrophes.
to move?
Yeah, but you know, it's like 9/11. Like we had like 12 people in class September 11th.
It's the 10th, right? Oh,
10th.
11th.
But talking about that morning of 9/11, we had like 10 people, 10 brothers.
Regular day.
By that evening for class, by that same day, class was standing room only. Yeah. It's almost like something has to happen, and for us to wake up to say, okay, this is real.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen this next one. We're gonna stand in room only. We better have a bigger building for that. When the United States says they're going to war with Russia, this place will be a packed house. You already got this idiot Macron saying we're gonna send the Frenchies over to Ukraine. Once that happens, it's a matter of time before the United States announces it. Them say, oh man, my son is getting draft letters. That's the next thing.
He was going to go play with Dion in Colorado.
Oh yeah. Now the draft letters are coming. That's the wrong kind of draft.
That's what I'm saying.
It ain't the league you want to be in.
That's not the draft you want.
Ain't Coach Prime hitting you up?
Yeah, ain't Coach Prime putting you in the uniform, Buffalo uniform.
Bruh, like I said, that's happening.
Buffalo Soldiers.
Selective service is right around the way. You think I'm joking?
Yeah.
Some of y'all cats in here is a fighting age. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this: if we was in Ukraine, we wouldn't be having classes. I tell you that right now. Because listen, they getting cats at 45. They snatching 45-year-olds in Ukraine. You out of there, and they're busting down doors. People are hiding in trap doors and underground like hiding areas, or hiding spaces.
They say that Ukraine and Russian youth have fled to Indonesia and India. That's where a lot of them have fled and are living in amongst Fiji Islands and Indonesia. They've escaped. They're trying to escape the war.
India too.
Yeah, they're in India. The heavy population of Russians and Ukrainians are in India, Fiji, Indonesia. Like that's their getaway.
Well, listen, I'm gonna say this. And a lot of them in Europe. A lot of Ukrainians are in Europe, and the Europeans are saying, "Listen, we're gonna cut off their money. They're gonna cut off their stamps if they don't sit back and sign up for selective service." I'm like, do you think these Ukrainians give a shit about food stamps? They will go off grid before they go into war. Point is, when our families start getting selective service letters, and I'm not talking about when they give you orders like in the Vietnam War, you have to report at this certain date. That was happening in Vietnam. You have to report, or you're going to jail. There will be a lot of people in class searching for God.
Yeah, this is an article from earlier this month. Sri Lanka has outrage because of Russian and Ukrainian. They partying together. Because of Russian and Ukrainians following outrage over whites only party in Sri Lanka.
That's hilarious.
So they're actually partying together. Ukrainians and Russians are partying together in Sri Lanka. And so what Sri Lanka is saying is, because y'all throwing these whites only parties, then we're going to terminate your visas. So now you got to go back home. So now they cut these parties out. They said, no, we apologize.
All they gotta do is spend some money. Sri Lanka will be okay. Just get the government some money out.
Put those flyers out.
Bro, They went to Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka's broke.
Yeah.
They're going to take any kind of money they can to help their economy out. Right? Anyway, so back to your point. Listen, it's going to be full-scale war very soon here. Maybe within a year. I'm going to say within a year in Europe. Probably within 2 out here. And there's going to be drafts. I wouldn't doubt them being drafts soon. Because they can't get people to commit to the war, commit to the army.
Yeah.
No, they can't get. The numbers are really low. So numbers are really low, and there's an announcement of war, bro.
They're already hustling Cubans. They're offering free jobs and job training for Cubans to go out to Ukraine, and they think that they're taking a school like a internship, and then within months, the Cuban soldiers will write letters saying that it's a trap. These weren't internships.
No.
We're now part of the Ukrainian army, fighting against the Russians.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's all European countries are getting hucked that way too. That's just the game. Listen, they're saying in England they got to do conscription. They're talking about conscription in England, and they got to do it because they don't have any fighters either. This thing is about to get really bad really soon. And everybody that's living their life smiling and being comfortable, it ain't going to be comfortable for long. That's why, and the only currency we have against these catastrophes is our servitude. That's the only currency we got. Anyway, let's continue.
Verse 14. The copy of the writing for a commandment to be given in every province was published unto all people, that they should be ready against that day. The posts went out, being hastened by the king's commandment, and the decree was given in Shushan, the palace.
What verse is that, sir?
We're in verse 15.
Okay, we're done.
It says, and the king and Haman sat down to drink, but the city, Shushan, was perplexed.
Remember when I talked about we're going to sit back and play Parcheesi? What did Xerxes do after the letter was sent out? After Haman sat back here and sent the kill order, what did Haman and Xerxes do afterwards? They just went and started drinking alcohol, right? And hanging out like it was a regular day, right?
Let's get some drinks.
I'm thirsty. I am fatigued. Let's go get some cheese and crackers, right? And drink some alcohol behind that, right? They're sitting back here chilling, huh? Listen, Xerxes don't give a two craps about what's going to happen to these people. He says, and the king and Haman sat down to drink. But the city of Shushan was perplexed. Like, damn, the whole city got flipped upside down. And Xerxes acting like it's another day in paradise. Everything's okay. You see that? I wasn't joking when I did the Parcheesi comment. Now, I don't even know what the hell Parcheesi is. I remember watching Ghostbusters one time, Mike, and one of the guys, let's go play some Parcheesi. I'm like, what the hell is Parcheesi? It was a stupid scene that I remember watching that. But it's just something that obviously is light and you don't take serious. And Xerxes didn't take the mass murder and extinction of a people very serious. So, normally we would go to, in Esther, I'm not going there right now, but it's like chapter 13, verse 1 through 7. It's the same, somewhat the same letter that was spoken of in the end of Esther 3. But because there's not a lot, we're running low on time, I kind of want to bypass it. But normally we would go to the Apocrypha Esther, chapter 13, verse 1 through 7. Let's just read it.
Okay.
If we got to do a part 3, we'll do a part 3. Read it.
The rest of the chapters of the book of Esther, chapter 13, placed in the Greek after chapter 3, verse 13.
Right, you let it go. I'm going to get somebody else. We have enough readers, and there's almost time for you to head out. Let us do Tharwam. No, let's get Nathani out.
I got to. Sorry, I have to sweep this up. His boots got dirt all over.
Yeah, that's fine.
Nathaniel, Shah Shabbatah, Ban La Ya, Ban Yashala.
Nathaniel, Shah Shabbatah, Ban La Ya, Ban Yashala. I'm much. Yahweh Hashem Yashabakta.
Yahweh Shem Yashar Barakatahu.
Let me get some Levi in here, man. Get some reading there. Law, yeah, we heard law, yeah, in a minute. Get some law, yeah, here. The law. Okay, it's the Apocrypha Esther, chapter 13, verse 1 through 7. We're gonna have you on the Apocrypha while we get another brother with the regular chapters. How about Mayati do the regular chapters for a little bit?
So it's Esther.
Yep,
Page
page 55.
Esther chapter 1 verse 7.
13.
13, verse 7, sir.
Esther 13 verse 7.
Verse 1 through 7.
And this connects with chapter 3, verse 13. Read that.
The copy of the letters was this: the great king Artaxerxes written these things to the princes governors that are under him from India unto Ethiopia, and the 127 provinces, after that I became Lord over many nations, and had dominion over the whole world, not lifted up with presumptions of my authority, but carrying myself always with equity and mildness. I purpose to settle my subjects continually in quiet life. Settle my subjects continually in quiet life, and making my kingdom peaceable, and open for passage to the uttermost coast, to renew peace, which is desired of all men. Now when I asked my counselors how this might be brought to pass, Haman, that excelled in wisdom among us, and was approved for his constant goodwill and steadfast fidelity, and had the honor of the second place in kingdom, declared unto us that in all nations throughout the world there was scattered a certain malicious people that had laws contrary to all nations, and continually despised the commandments of kings.
Which is all true. This has been said. It was said during the time of Cambyses II. We have a reputation of being anti-authority, anti-king, anti-serving other idols. Read on.
So as the uniting of our kingdoms, honorably intended by us, cannot go forward. Seeing then we understand that this people alone is continually in opposition unto all men, differing in the strange manner of their laws, and evil affected to our state, working all the mischief they can, that our kingdom may not be firmly established.
I'm going to say this. We understand that the Jews didn't intentionally try to be separate. Therefore, we weren't really destroying and trying to separate the kingdom. But in a position of authority, you can't have people in your realm that are in opposition to the direction that you're taking your country, right or wrong. So, hypothetically, he's right. You can't have people that are in opposition to what you're trying to do and the direction you're taking your nation and your people. The only issue is we weren't doing that as a nation. But it's being kind of like written out that we've been in opposition of how the ebbs and flows of the nation of the Persians ruled. But hypothetically, you can't sit back here and have people in positions of authority that are in opposition to what you're trying to get accomplished. What you going to say?
Yeah, I was saying, because that ends up being a bad example. That's what they're looking at. This is a bad example to others, not so much for them individually.
But don't forget, they just end up getting rid of Vashti because she was a bad example. And she went against the grain of how the nation and the people were operating in Persia. The women were supposed to operate in Persia. So the Persians really understood that you can't sit back here and have a kingdom and a realm with oppositional leadership right next to you, or people in a position of authority that are opposition to the direction you're taking your nation.
So it's like anarchy.
Or it's this rebellion. And if you see people at the top going a different way than everybody else, then why should I have to be in order? It's very simple in empire building. You can't do it that way. So
it's no different than pulling a slave apart in front of the other slaves by quartering them and by stretching them in different directions with 4 different horses. You gotta set the tone and the example that there will be no rebellion.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta establish that. And I see now some of this is Haman adding on to this.
Yes.
Embellishing because of his whole plan is to eradicate them. But it's not like he's not using history to say that to back up his claim that they've always been this way. They've always conducted themselves in an anti-government manner.
That's what the Jews were saying. Well, not the Jews, but the non-Israelite people that were around us said to Cambyses. He says, check the records and see if they locked in and paid the fares and the expenses of the kings in their past. We have a history of not paying the Assyrians. We have a history of not obeying the Babylonians. Like, these guys go against kings. Don't expect anything different if you give them back in their land. They're going to rebel against you too. And they're saying scoreboard. Look at the history. Look at the records. Anyway.
And this is part of the legislation in the early Trump presidency. Part of his campaign was that if we let these immigrants into America, they're not going to conform to an American way of life. They're going to bring their own way of life to America. And our way of American thought process and American thinking will disappear. This is why we got to build this border. This is one of his campaign elements was the fact that he considered a lot of our people coming up from the Central and South America as nonconformists. Mm-hmm. And that was one of the terminology that he used. That was his talking point. These are nonconformists. They will not assimilate into America. They will create another little. But you look at America, you got little China, you got little Italy, you got little Polish town. You know what I'm saying? You got little pockets of these little independent cultures. But he's saying that we don't want any more independent pockets of culture. Yeah, that's what they're afraid of. He said they won't assimilate.
All throughout the United States time, they've been complaining about this place being a melting pot. This has been a hotbed issue for every influx of people coming over here. Yep. Anyway, so we get the thinking behind it, but it was still sinister because the wickedness is that there's truth mixed in with this lie. And that's why it's hard to piece it together. Let's continue.
Esther 13, verse 6. Therefore have we commanded that all they that are signified in writing unto you by Aman, who is ordained over the affairs, and is next unto us, shall all with their wives and children be utterly destroyed by the sword of their enemies, without all mercy and pity. And 14 days of the 12th month Adar of this present year, that they who of old and now also are malicious may in one day with violence go into the grave, and soever hereafter cause our affairs to be well settled and without trouble.
Okay, so let that go. Now, Amiyata, let's get saluted in. No space here.
Amiyatya, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Yashkar, Ban Yashal.
Amiyatya, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Yashikar, Ban Yashala, and Majim. Yahweh Hashem Yashabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Shabbatam.
Okay, let's get Ezra chapter 4, verse 1 through 8.
Ezra?
Esther. My fault. Esther chapter 4, verse 1 through 8.
Esther in the Bible, chapter 4, verse 1. When Mordecai perceived all that was done, Mordecai rent his clothes and put on sackcloth with ashes, and went out into the midst of the city and cried with a loud and a bitter cry.
Don't forget, Mordecai is in the he's in the court, so he caught wind of this really quickly, and he understood it was on, and he started going into crying and sackcloth, and eventually prayer. Read on.
And came even before the king's gate, for none might enter into the king's gate clothed with sackcloth. And in every province, whithersoever the king's commandment and his decree came, there was great mourning among the Jews, and fasting, and weeping, and wailing, and many lay in sackcloth and ashes.
What's crazy is, that means, can you imagine? You got a year to think about the fact that you're going to die on the 14th day of the 12th month of the year. You got a year to think on this? Well, where's your head going to go?
You on death row.
You're on death row out there. The question is, you going to sit back and say, forget it, and go wicked?
Yeah.
Or you going to sit back here and be extra pious for a year? What are you going to do? That's a really scary thought to think about, knowing you're on death row and you got a year to live. Do you say, forget about it, I'm going to live my life and just go wicked? Or go, because that's a long time to just be super righteous. Or people going to sit back and go wicked in the last couple months, I'm going to sit back and abstain at that point. It's just something that, it's a curious thing to think about, where a person's mind goes when you know you're about to die.
You look at Tukey Williams. He started writing children's books while he was on death row.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he started writing kids' books. Like, you know, he was trying to reverse.
Don't be like me, right?
Yeah, he was trying to reverse the theme of that gangbanging culture that he created in California. And so he was trying to reverse that by writing children's books, children's stories. And he was trying to use that to show that he had been converted, and they still put him to sleep.
Bro, it's just weird how people act when they know their backs against the wall. So at least initially, the people were operating in sackcloth, fasting, weeping, and wailing, which is the right thing to do. Read on.
So Esther's maids and her chamberlains came and told it to her. Then was the queen exceedingly grieved, and she sent raiment to clothe Mordecai, and to take away his sackcloth from him, but he received it not. Then called Esther for Hatat, one of the king's chamberlains, who he had appointed to attend upon her. And he gave him a commandment to Mordecai to know what it was and why it was.
Mm-hmm.
So Hatat went forth to Mordecai unto the streets of the city, which was before the king's gate. And Mordecai told him of all that had happened unto him, and of all the sum of the money that Haman had promised to pay the king's treasuries for the Jews to destroy them. Verse 8. Also, he gave him the copy of the writing of the decree that was given at Shushan to destroy them, to show it unto Esther, and to declare it unto her, and to charge her that she would go in unto the king to make supplication unto him, and to make request before him for her people.
So he's like, I need to have a meeting with this girl and say, hey, you got to talk to your husband and cool this out. And cool this damn situation out. Okay? Hold this and jump to Josephus, book 11, book 11, chapter 6, paragraph 7 to the midway point. Let's get another reader. Imad, where you at, sir?
He's doing some stuff outside.
Okay, that's fine. Let's get at him. Let's get at him.
Adam, Shaw Shabbatah, Banya Hawada, Banya Sharala.
Adam, Shaw Sabbath, Baya Hawada, Baya Shala, Immersion, Brooke, Yahweh Baya Shem Yashabakata.
Yahabah Shem Yashabah.
Let's put that. All right.
Now, when Mordecai was informed of what was done, he rent his clothes and put on sackcloth and sprinkled ashes upon his head and went about the city, crying out that a nation that had been injurious to no man was to be destroyed. And he went on saying thus as far as to the king's palace, and there he stood. For it was not lawful for him to go into it, that was thus as far as to the king's Salakia. Yeah, that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Thus as far as to the king's palace, and there he stood. For it was not lawful for him to go into it, that was habit. The same thing was done by all the Jews that were in the several cities wherein this decree was published, with lamentation and mourning, on account of the calamities denounced against them. But as soon as certain persons had told the queen that Mordecai stood before the court in a mourning habit, she was disturbed at this report, and sent out such as should change his garments. But when he could not be induced to put off his sackcloth, because the sad occasion that forced him to put it on was not yet ceased, she called the eunuch Architheus, for he was then present, and sent him to Mordecai, in order to know of him what sad accident had befallen him, for which he was in mourning, and would not put off the habit he had put on at her desire. Then did Mordecai inform the eunuch of the occasion of this mourning, and of the decree which was sent by the king into all the country, and of the promise of money whereby Haman brought the destruction of their nation. He also gave him a copy of what was proclaimed at Shushan, to be carried to Esther, and he charged her to petition the king about this matter, and not to think of it dishonorable thing in her to put on a humble habit, for the safety of her nation, wherein she might deprecate Salakia, the ruin of the Jews, who were in danger of it. For that Hanan, whose dignity was only inferior to that of the king, had accused the Jews, and had irritated the king against them. When she was informed of this, she sent to Mordecai again, and told him that she was not called by the king.
Now hold that, because that's what we're going to stop and come back to. Let's go back to Esther 4 and verse 9.
Esther in the Bible, chapter 4, verse 9. And Hatat came and told Esther the words of Mordecai. Again Esther spake unto Hatat, and gave him commandment unto Mordecai. All the king's servants and the people of the king's provinces do know that whatsoever, whether man or woman, shall come unto the king into the inner court, who is not called, there is one law of his to put him to death, except such to whom the king shall hold out the golden scepter, that he may live. But I have not been called to come in unto the king these 30 days.
So she's like, listen, I understand what you're saying about me communicating to the king, but I haven't been summoned in 30 days, and if I just roll up in there, I stand a real risk of getting killed. Because there is a law in the Persian kingdom that nobody can just come to the kingdom unannounced and without getting clearance to communicate to the king. And if he gives me a thumbs down, they got hatchet men right there ready to kill me on sight. So there was fear in her heart about doing things out of order because she knew the consequences of it. Okay?
It says that too. I don't know if you got those footnotes at the bottom of that Josephus about what Herodotus says on the previous page. At the bottom.
I yelled it out. I didn't bring it out.
It said okay. Yeah.
But what you got?
No, that's what it says. What pretty much you said. It said that Herodotus says that this law against anyone coming uncalled to the kings of Persia when they were sitting on their thrones was first enacted by Dionysius, by him who first withdrew the Medes from the domination of the Assyrians, and himself first reigned over them. Says Spanham stood guards with their axes about the thrones of Tennis, that the offender might be then punished immediately. So you were axed. If you walked to the throne unannounced, you were axed immediately. That's how they set the tone. To make sure that they knew.
And that was during the Median kingdom, right?
Yeah, that was said during the Medes.
That's crazy. Now listen, go to Daniel 6 and 15 real quick. Read that.
Daniel chapter 6 and verse 15. Then these men assembled unto the king and said unto the king, Know, O king, that the law of the Medes and Persians is, that no decree nor statute which the king established may be changed.
They don't change things. The Medes and the Persians don't change laws. It is what it is. There's no turning back on the positions. Okay? So this lines up with what Herodotus said. This was how the people that were against Daniel used these laws as leverage to try to kill and assassinate Daniel during the lion's den situation. This is just something that they understood, that Esther just couldn't roll up there without getting clearance. Okay? And she knew that there was a risk of her losing her life if she did it. So, with all that being said, let that go and go to verse 12 now. We're going to read from verse 12 to 14 in the book of Esther, chapter 4.
Esther chapter 4 verse 12. And they told to Mordecai Esther's words. Then Mordecai commanded to answer Esther, Think not with thyself that thou shalt escape in the king's house more than all the Jews.
Yeah, just because you're in a big house eating chicken. Or you're eating kebabs. You're eating kebabs now. You're eating steak kebabs now. Just because you're eating steak and you're sitting back here getting it gently cut and diced, and it's tasty and delicious.
What's them? The
shawarma.
Shawarma.
Yeah, just because you're eating shawarma don't mean you're not going to get hacked and killed like everybody else out here. You're gonna feel this weight also. What was that? In this case, what were those places? Those Brazilian steakhouses? This because you're getting choice meats all the time.
Texas, they Brazil.
No, this one called
Gotcha.
Gotcha. Delicious steak, bro.
It's the best.
You're sitting back here. It's sizzling. It's fresh.
Meat's
and
on
they're
the
cutting
stick.
it right in front of you. You're like, I would have some more, please. Yes. And you're eating it. You're like, damn, do I eat? You don't want to eat it too quick and ask for some more. Like all the time, like, can I get some more? Can I get some more meat? I want the good one, Mr. Boss. Can I get some more? You see, like that, they come back consistent. But you're just eating meats, and it's like they give you different levels of meats. Like this is a really rich one, and this is more fatty, and you're like, no, yes.
Yeah. When was the butter sauce?
That one, please. That one.
Yeah.
And you're having breads and meats and wines. You can't be in this. That's for us. You blowing like $70
per plate.
You show up, you blowing $70.
You gotta go there at lunchtime.
Nah, you still gonna get hit. And the truth is, you don't go there at lunch.
No.
You go there and you sit down.
Take your
And
time.
you're gonna consume meats that day. Right? That day you're gonna leave meat drunk, not alcohol drunk. You're gonna leave meat drunk that night.
Yeah.
And you sit back, you take your time, and you roll with it. He's like, you can't sit. You're not gonna be in this big house smiling without this heat. You're gonna feel this pressure. So you better get your head right and figure out how you're going to do this, because we all going to die if you don't do this. This is what Mordecai is saying. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 14. For if thou altogether holdest thy peace at this time, then shall their enlargement and deliverance arise to the Jews from another place.
And this is the truth. If you don't step up, Most High is going to use somebody else to get Israel out of this situation. So it is very, what's the word? Advantageous for us to the individual step up, because if there's fear in your heart or pride or doubt or whatever it is, the Most High will just move from you and work with somebody else. Adversity is an opportunity for each and every one of us to show where our faith is towards the Most High. If we cower down, don't trip when the Most High works through your rib. When the Most High works through somebody else, because you didn't have the stones and the faith to do the right thing. Yeah. And the crazy thing is, the brother that was working with Deborah wasn't going to do nothing unless she said it was okay. And that's just where they were. And he had the opportunity. He backed off it. And it went to Deborah anyway. Because he didn't have the faith that the Lord was going to be with him. And this goes to the fact that if you don't have the faith, Esther, Most High will work through somebody else. But that don't mean you're going to go unpunished for your lack of faith. So, read on.
But thou and thy father's house shall be destroyed. And who knoweth whether thou art come to the kingdom for such a time as this?
And half the time, you don't know why Most High put you in this situation. It could be to help be that vessel to help get us out of this situation. I like how this is put together because it shows us in the midst of our battle, we don't know why the Most High got us in the situation that we're in. We don't know why. All we know is we're commanded to be obedient and have some type of honor and what's the word? And show some type of integrity for the word. That's what we're required to do. And if we show integrity, who knows if that integrity is going to be what catapults you and your loved ones through a battle or not. But we have to operate with integrity in situations like this. There's a script, even the script talks about how some of us are going to be prisoners. Right? That's going to happen too.
Yep.
All of us ain't going to sit back here and just be scot-free and pray and sing and dance and we get saved and the chair gets out. Some of us are going to get incarcerated. Some of us are going to get interrogated. Some of us are going to be put to death.
Tortured.
That's a part of the interrogation process. And then, you know what? Some of us are going to have to go through that. And that's our plight. And for those who have to go through that, you still have to have what? Integrity. You have to show the Most High where your heart is there. Who knows if that's what you were called for to go through? Nobody knows. But we have to have the integrity so that when everything is said and done, we know we should have what was right. When you're in a situation like this, she can't be concerned with life or death. She has to be concerned with integrity and standing up for what's right. And that's the mindset she had to take on going into this. Just like when Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego talked to King of Babylon and said, listen, man, the Most High can get us out of this situation if he wants to. If he doesn't, that's fine. I'm not going to sit back here and bow down to this statue like it's the Most High. And I have to be prepared to live with the consequences of having the faith that I have. And that's what we have to ask ourselves. Are we willing to live with the consequences of believing in the power that we believe in? Yes, sir.
Like that, the mother in 2 Maccabees 7,
yes.
She went through the consequences.
Yes. And she was stronger than most men. And her children were ridiculously strong. But we might be in a situation where we have to live up and have that integrity, and it don't work out for us. Because a lot of times we think that having integrity means you're going to come out on the good end. There's a time you can come and do everything right and have to die, and we have to accept that process too. And then you.
That's why I love the Sabbath classes, because you start reading about like Jeremiah, for example, and everything that he done.
Yeah.
And he had done and what he was doing, and ended up in the pit of mire.
Yeah, and then after that, he was in the pit of mire, and then the Babylonians said, "Man, listen, that was a shitty situation you went through." Let me stop. But he said, "Listen, let's get you back to Babylon and get you in some royal clothes and take care of you." He said, "No, I'm gonna stay here with my people and do right." And what did he get? What did he get as a consequence of staying in his hometown? He was still made a prisoner without having shackles on. Well, no, he was given shackles. People came to save him. Then they said, "What should we do, Almighty Prophet? Should we stay or go to Egypt?" He said, "Well, give me a week, I'll come back." The Lord said, "Stay in Israel." "No, we're going to Egypt, and you're coming with us."
Anyway.
And you're coming with us. He didn't even have a choice. So now he's in Egypt, in a country that he didn't want to be in, following a bunch of renegade Jews. You think he thought that's how it was going to go down? Sometimes doing the right thing, you got to go down with the ship. And nobody knows what happened to Jeremiah after Egypt. Was he buried in Egypt? It's not talked about. Nobody knows what happened to Jeremiah. That's the consequence of serving the Lord and being a servant to his people. You got to ride with the good leaders. You got to ride with the bad leaders. You have to ride with the chaos. You have to ride with the stupidity. And how many of us like that deal?
Well, you got to know what that tastes like to whether it
don't taste good,
whether you like it or not. Yeah, you got to experience it first, and then you can determine whether, man, this is horrible. But a lot of people, you won't know until you're in that situation. You don't even know what decision you'll make But you can prepare yourself by reading these stories.
And this is why if Israel read, they wouldn't be so shocked about the ups and downs with men and leadership and mistakes of brothers. They wouldn't be shocked. Because when you sit back here and see bad leaders in this present time, what difference is bad leaders now? It was bad leaders back then. Prophets had to sit back and serve bad kings, good kings, medium kings, selfish kings. Didn't matter. You had to, because it was about serving the Most High, one, and somebody had to be that voice of reason to that negative king. And sometimes we have to be that voice of reason so that person can't say, I wasn't told, or you didn't show me, or I didn't know, or I didn't understand. That was your purpose, to be that person that says, this is wrong. You got to do it a better way. And how many of us can accept that our lot of life could be just to sit back and be a reminder of somebody else that they got to change? That notion doesn't feel good, but it reminds us that we're what? Ultimately, we're servants, and we're supposed to play a role. We have a role to play, no more, no less. Yes, Hamayathim?
Adam had his hand up too.
Oh, no, I was just, you asked earlier about what happened to Jeremiah.
Yeah. And he didn't ask for it. And he did everything the right way and had to go to possibly die in a foreign country. Or it was definitely die in a foreign country, because it doesn't say what happened after Egypt. That was just the deal he had. He could have taken an easy route. But there's less spiritual glory there. It's just reading these things should help give us or ground us mentally about why is my situation the way it is. Whether it's sisters, why did I marry this husband? Whether it's brothers, why am I in this city? Why am I in this camp? Why am I in these circumstances? You have a role to play. The question is, do you accept that role? And do you accept the integrity that you have to live by, despite flaws and weaknesses and issues and inconsistencies around the people that you're supposed to serve or fight for or be strong for? Yes, I.
I was saying, so likewise with prayer. Just because you sent up some prayers doesn't mean it's going to work out the way you would want it to work
Good.
out. If the Most High has it willing, that this is what you're going to go through.
This is what did Christ pray for?
Okay?
He said, I pray that this be removed from me. But if it doesn't, thy will be done. We still have, but the question is, whether it goes the way you want or not, can you be okay with the fact when everything's said and done, you had integrity and you stood up for what was right? Because that's what we're going. Every man's going to have to ask himself: did you sit back here and do the right thing? Remember, even when the Greeks sat back here and had that older brother, him in the corner, and said, "Listen, man, you can have the meat you want, but it has to look like that. It looks like it's pork. Do you want to sit back here and live knowing that you did that to your people?"
He said he wouldn't be a bad example to the youth like that.
So I'm going to sit back here and make an integrity choice at my own peril. That's what we all have to be willing to do when it counts, when it really matters.
That's why Job's wife said, curse the Most High and die. She said, do you still retain your integrity? Why don't you just curse him and die? He said, you speak as one of the foolish women. You talking crazy.
And Most High left him. He left her. The only person to keep her and stay was her. It was a killer. I love you so much, I want you to die because you're suffering so much. What kind of craziness is that? But you know what it is? Sometimes the flesh tells you to take the easy route. And we can't take the easy route in the path the Lord got us going on. I truly believe, listen, I wasn't really like convincing that 2000 whole thing out, but I'm telling you, man, it's looking bad, bro. It's looking bad. I'm not going to say a year, but it's coming. This end is coming, man. I really see it. And I think it's important that we learn to work on having spiritual integrity. Take every opportunity you can to build on your spiritual integrity now. before you get back in the corner when it really counts and you renounce the Most High out of fear. Out of fear to spare your life or your family's life. Because that's where it's coming. And that's where Mordecai and Esther are at. Do I save my neck or do I stand up for what's right and risk it all? This is where Esther is looking at and facing, and this is where her prayers and her supplications are going to be all based upon. Is that?
He's turning this deceiving.
I know. Because peacetime can be like this and switch. Especially back in those days. Oh, you just pissed the king off and your life was over. I was watching this show Marco Polo on Netflix. You've ever seen it before? First of all, that show was legit. It is well worth the investment. But that king, Kublai Khan, was fickle as hell out. He loved Marco Polo, and then at the end of it, he's like, man, I don't like that dude, man. He said, we're going to use him until we don't need him no more. I was like, bro, this dude put his neck on the line many times for you. And then when it got to the point where it didn't suit him, now he's like, we're going to move him out the way soon. At the end of the last episode, like, man, you got to get out of here. Because he's going to get you. He's going to finish you off. But Kublai Khan, he was getting bailed out numerous times from this guy. But when he felt like not wanting to mess with you no more, your life is over. So in those realms, your fate could switch any day. And it's not like that now. But we need to sit back and prepare our minds so when it does come. Listen, what was that? Oh, yeah. Cal Cobb sent me something yesterday in New York. They're really doing they're doing palm registrations. To where there's a smart store in New York where a guy just came in and did this. Whoop.
Yeah.
Walked in, got whatever he wanted. As he left, they did facial recognition and they just took it out of his account. You don't even need a microchip. You don't need that microchip crap. You don't need the microchip on your hand. All you have to do is just get your palm registered. And you just do this, whoop, and you go in. There's no store. There's no people. There's no people working the store. You go in, and then they grab. When you grab something, there's a weight fluctuation, and that's how they calculate what you just took on the price level. Then you walk out. They see your face. They match the face with the hand. That's it. Listen, what's going to happen if that's the case and you're labeled an extremist? We're like, nope. I'm gonna use the other hand. Listen, both of these hands ain't working, bro. You're gonna be Minority Reported. I don't ever remember that movie, Act. That was a scary damn movie, Act. You had to get new eyes, Act. That was the worst shit ever, Act. Yeah, it was Mr. Yakamoto, exactly. Point is, that time is coming closer than we expect also. Anyway, you can tell people are moving away from literal cash currency. You go to certain stores, they don't even use cash no more. Anyway, it's another story. Where are we at?
We finished 14.
Okay, read verse 15. No. Let that go and go to Josephus 11:6 in the middle of 7. We're going to read to the end.
So she sent to Mordecai again and told him that she was not called by the king, and that he who goes in to him without being called is to be slain, unless when he is willing to save anyone, he holds out his golden scepter to him. But that to whomsoever he does so, although he go in without being called, that person is so far from being slain that he obtains pardon and is entirely preserved. Now, when the eunuch carried this message from Esther to Mordecai, he bade him also tell her that she must not only provide for her own preservation, but for the common preservation of her nation. For that if she now neglected this opportunity, there would certainly arise help to them from the Most High some other way.
What's in it? So that means hell, danger, fear, stressful situations, faith testing situations are opportunities to grow closer to the Heavenly Father. And we have to learn to train our mind not to run from occasions like this. these occasions in a man or woman's life, you only get a handful of these, a very small amount of occasions like this that really put and test your faith in the Heavenly Father. And who's to say the handful of opportunities we get aren't the ones that prove and justify our entrance into the kingdom? Or how great the Most High will look at us entering into the kingdom. So we only have a handful of opportunities to show what we're really made of. Every other day is just every other day. But there's certain times in your life where you have an opportunity to show what you really believe in. And show how serious you are for the Heavenly Father. And what you're willing to lose for what's right. And what Mordecai is saying, don't take your opportunity and throw it away for somebody else to come through and deliver us out of this situation. That is the correct way to look at adversity, suffering, and loss. Does that make sense? Let's continue.
But she and her father's house would be destroyed by those whom she now despised. But Esther sent the very same eunuch back to Mordecai to desire him to go to Shushan and to gather the Jews that were there together to a congregation, and to fast and abstain from all sorts of foods on her account, and to let them know that she with her maidens would do the same. And then she promised that she would go to the king, though it were against the law, and that if she must die for it, she would not refuse it.
So I guess what we don't get is when these conversations were starting to escalate. Because it was an entire year that went by before this actually happened. So more than likely, this is getting towards the end of the process. But I don't know when the message got leaked out to Mordecai for this ball to start rolling. But it literally still took a year before we got to this point. So, let that go. Now we're going to jump to the Apocrypha, Esther 13, verse 8 through 18. Nathaniel. And now this is Mordecai's prayer after Esther said, listen, I need you and all the other Jews in Susan, which is in Susa, to pray and fast in hopes that what I'm about to do with this king will work. So read that.
God, Esther 13, verse 8. Then
Mordecai.
God, then Mordecai what is Mordecai?
Mordecai is, I'm just letting you know who it is.
God, then Mordecai thought upon all the works of the Most High, and made his prayer unto him, saying, O Lord, Lord, the King Almighty, for the whole world is in thy power. And if thou hast appointed to save Israel, there is no man that can gainsay thee.
So in his head, if it's meant for you to save us, nothing and no one, and nobody's lots and purrs is going to get in the way, and nobody's king letters is going to get in the way of us being saved. Read on.
Verse 10. For thou hast made heaven and earth, and all the wondrous things under the heaven. Thou art Lord of all things, and there is no man that can resist thee, which art the Lord. Thou knowest all things, and thou knowest, Lord, that it was neither in contempt nor pride, nor for any desire of glory, that I did not bow down to proud amount.
This is what Mordecai is expressing, is the mental process that each and every one of us should go through when we're in the midst of some type of adversity. The first thing you got to do is say, did I really start this? Did my pride get in the way of my predicament? Was it my pride, or was I standing up on principle? Because when you sit back here and you read just through the scriptures, it can come off like it looked like Mordecai just didn't want to follow and bow down to this number 2 man. That's the first thing I thought in my head when I sat back here and was reading this. Like, man, Mordecai was just being proud. He was being a proud-ass Jew. I didn't want to sit back here and bow down the knee to Haman. But now when you sit back here and read and listen to his discourse and his prayer, he's like, Father, I didn't do it out of the spirit of pride. I did it because this man wanted me to serve him like a god. And that's where I have to sit back here and cross the line on it. He's not a God. He's a man. And I'm not going to sit back and bow down to anybody under that principle. But this is why I talked earlier about principle and integrity. And to make sure when you make strong decisions like the decision that Mordecai made, you better make sure his pride ain't got nothing to do with it. You better make sure ego has nothing to do with it. You know how many times people lose jobs and get fired and laid off because of pride? Because I just have pride and I don't want to sit back here and take low. And because we don't want to take low, a lot of times we fall flat on our face. You don't want to sit back here and lose anything because of pride. Right? So continue.
Esther chapter 13, verse 13. For I could have been content with goodwill for the salvation of Israel to kiss the sole of his feet.
He said, I wouldn't have minded sitting back here and just kissing his tail and being a servant. Read on.
But I did this, that I might not prefer the glory of man above the glory of the Most High.
So what he's saying is, if it was about just bending down and kissing his feet, that wouldn't have been a problem. But it was the spirit behind what Haman wanted me to do was like serving him like a god. And I couldn't sit back here and make that decision. How much more excruciating and aggravating would it be if he could have caused the death of his nation because he was just a proud cat that just didn't want to sit back and bow down to the number two? That would have been hard to live with. But at least if you're in a situation like this and you know and you're honest with yourself, I didn't do it out of pride. I did it because I'm not going to treat this man like an idol. Read on.
Neither will I worship any but thee, O God. Neither will I do it in pride.
No, I'm not going to make these decisions based on pride. Read on.
And now, O Lord power and King, spare thy people, for thy eyes are upon us, to bring us to naught. Yea, they desire to destroy the inheritance that hath been thine from the beginning. Despise not the portion which thou hast delivered out of Egypt, for thine own self. Hear my prayer, and be merciful unto thine inheritance. Turn our sorrow into joy, that we may live, O Lord, and praise thy name, and destroy not thy mouth of and destroy not the mouths of them that praise thee, O Lord. All Israel, in like manner, cried most earnestly unto the Lord, because of their death was before their eyes.
Okay, now let's do the same book. Let's get 14 through chapter 14, verse 1 through 19.
Esther chapter 14, verse 1. Queen Esther also, being in fear of death, resorted unto the Lord, and laid away her glorious apparel, and put on the garments of anguish.
So listen, she sat back here and got out of her queenly clothes and put on some mourning clothes. She knew she was going to sit back here and muster up whatever faith and fight she could. Read on.
And mourning, and instead of precious ointment, she covered her head with ashes and dung. And she humbled her body greatly. And all the places of her joy she filled with her torn hair. And she prayed unto the Lord power of Israel, saying, O my Lord, thou art our king. Help me, desolate women, which have no helper but thee. For my danger is in my hand. For my youth up, I have heard in thy tribe of my family that thou art Lord, tookest Israel from among all people, and our fathers from all thy predecessors, for a perpetual inheritance, and thou hast performed whatsoever thou didst promise them. And now we have sinned before thee. Therefore hast thou given us into the hands of our enemies, because we worship their gods. O Lord, thou art righteous. Nevertheless, it satisfies them not that we are in bitter captivity. but they have stricken hands with their idols, that they will abolish the things that thou
Yeah, that thou read on.
that thou with thy mouth hast ordained, and destroy thine inheritance, and stop the mouth of them which praise thee, and quench the glory of thy house, and thine altar, and open the mouths of the heathen to set forth the praise of the idols, and to magnify a fleshly king forever. O Lord, give not thy
Scepter.
scepter unto them, that be nothing, and let them not laugh at our fall, but turn their device upon
Themselves.
and make him an example that hath begun this against us. Remember, O Lord, make thyself known in this time of our affliction, and give me boldness, O King of the nations, and Lord of all power. Give me eloquent speech in my mouth before the lion. Turn his feet to hate him.
No.
Turn his heart to hate him that fighteth against us, that there may be an end of him, and of all that are like-minded of him.
To him.
To him.
Use your finger. That makes it easy.
Verse 14. But deliver us with thine hand, and help me that am desolate, and which have no other helper but thee, that thou knowest all things, O Lord.
Now read that again, verse 15.
Verse 15. Thou knowest all things, O Lord. Thou knowest that I hate the glory of the unrighteous, and abhor the bed of the uncircumcised, and of all the heathen.
So what she's saying is, I hate everything that the heathen stand for, but I'm married to a heathen. And listen, it just shows the depths of Esther's servitude. That she's in a position that she's in. She didn't ask for it, but she's accepting her condition. Yes.
So she didn't love this.
She didn't love the king. She didn't love he was not an Israelite.
Or the life.
Or the life. It's going to even go even more into it. No, she's not using him. She's just there. She didn't have a choice.
She's a spoiler boy.
Yeah. You're like, I'm going to use this Igga. It ain't like that, man. I don't want to make sure it's not like some Cardi B stuff. You know what I mean? It's not about using it. It's about the acceptance of her position.
My condition.
So I'm going to serve this man because this is what I'm chosen to do. I was called out of don't forget, she was called out of her country in Babylon to move up to Persia to be the servant of this man. So either she was going to be his wife or she was going to be a concubine and never left the concubine room. So this was just her condition. Read on.
Verse 16. Thou knowest my necessity, for I abhor the signs of my high estate.
She said, I even abhor the position that I'm in. She's okay with it. She accepted her condition. But she would have rather have been in more of a low-key spot. Yes, sir.
Is that like saying she's not taking pleasure in it? She just accepted this is the role of the Most High.
Con. And whether she was at that level or she was on another level, she would have accepted being a servant. And she had a peculiar ability to accept the conditions the Most High had her in. Yeah, I said the way the Most High chooses people. Like, when I sit back and look at Esther, I look at Joshua. No, not Joshua. Joseph. And certain people, Daniel, had the ability to, wherever they were able to sit back and adjust and accept the difficult conditions that the Most High had them in, whether they were up or down. It didn't change how they operated. Whether Esther was just taken as a prisoner or she was sitting back here getting prepared to meet this man, she just accepted being a servant wherever she was and gave her spirit to it. I always drive that point because Israel doesn't learn how to accept their condition and be the best they can be in their condition. Yes, sir.
That's all. I like that with Paul when he says he learned to be content in whatever state.
Yes, it is. Paul was another one of those special individuals. He understood that, he came from living a very comfortable life as a Pharisee. He was a high echelon, living comfortable, living high in a hog, and he gave all that up to sit back here getting shipwrecked, people trying to kill him, being broke, having to work every day just to get enough food to eat. He accepted all the conditions the Lord had him go through. Those are the special ones the Most High always deals with. The adaptable ones, and the people who can adapt and still be at peace with their ever-changing circumstances.
Did you want the Genesis 15:20 on what Joseph?
Nah. I just want to kind of just paint the picture about who the Most High actually works with and does great things through. It's a very similar mentality, similar person. Okay, so she's like, it wasn't about the riches, it wasn't about the comfort. She was adaptable enough and could handle it whether she had it or not. Read on.
Verse 16 again. Thou knowest my necessity, for I abhor the signs of my high estate, which is upon mine head in the days wherein I show myself, and that I abhor it as a menstruous rag, and that I wear it not when I am private by myself.
So when I'm back at home, I can take my shoes off. I'm not fronting like I'm this holy princess everywhere I go. This isn't the life that I choose. It's been chosen for me. Read on.
Verse 17. And that thine handmaid hath not eaten at Ammon's table, and that I have not greatly esteemed the king's feast, nor drunk the wine of drink offerings. Neither hath thine handmaid any joy since the day that I was brought hither
to this present. So she's like, I've just been faking it. And I've just accepted my condition, but I haven't been truly happy since I left my home and the people who love me. Read on.
But indeed, O power, God of Abraham, O thou mighty God, above all, hear the voice of the forlorn, and deliver us out of the hands of the mischievous, and deliver me out of my fear.
So once again, she is like, listen, I haven't been happy. She said, I haven't been happy since I left home. But why is she saying it even now in this prayer? Because she accepted her conditions, regardless of what she's getting out of the deal. She hasn't been happy. But she's not complaining about her unhappiness. She's just like, listen, for this whole time, I haven't complained. I need your help now. I haven't been happy, but I haven't complained about my lack of happiness. I've done my job. I've done what I was required to do for you. Now I'm asking you to help me get through my fear and make sure this move that I make doesn't backfire in my face. Right? Okay. Let that go. And now we're going to jump real quick to Josephus 11, 6, and 8. Listen. Read that, sir.
Accordingly, Mordecai did as Esther had enjoined him, and made the people fast. And he besought the Most High together with them, not to overlook his nation, particularly at this time, when it was going to be destroyed, but that, as he had often before provided for them, and forgiven when they had sinned, so he would now deliver them from that destruction which was denounced against them. For although...
Slow down a little bit, bro. Slow down a little bit.
When they had sinned. So he would now deliver them from that destruction which was denounced against them. For although it was not all the nation that had offended, yet must they so ingloriously be slain, and that he was himself the occasion of the wrath of Haman. Because, said he...
So that we rise as a nation, we fall as a nation. I want to highlight only this point as far as that we got to lock out of the mindset of we're individuals. Because there's a difference. There's some that quote-unquote offend, some that didn't offend. Either way, it doesn't matter. The Most High still judges us three ways. As individuals, that's one way, right? Individually, we get chastised or dealt with based off our personal actions. Then as a house unit, You as an individual or you as a house, you and your family. The scripture says, I will punish that man and his family, meaning what? It just shows that the Most High deals with us on the level of a family. If the family unit is not operating properly, or if we are operating properly, if the family unit is operating properly, then everybody gets blessed as a unit. So if you're doing your job individually, you'll be blessed or cursed individually. If you're operating as a family unit and the household's operating correctly, based off of the unity of the family, the husband and wife, and then the children flowing off that unity, then the house gets blessed as a unit. And then the third level or third stage is us as a nation. Based off how the nation's operating, we get dealt with and blessed or cursed as a nation. The Most High looks at that. With their point again?
Because, said he, I do not worship him, nor could I endure to pay that honor to him which I used to pay to thee. O Most High, for upon that his anger hath he contrived this present mischief against those that not transgress thy laws. The same supplications did
the righteousness that we do, that benefits us, the whole nation. It gives us insurance as a nation. It's like the righteousness you do in your household gives insurance or assurance from calamity to the people that dwell with you. Read on.
The same supplications did the multitude put up, and entreat that the Most High would provide for their deliverance, and free the Israelites that were in all the earth from this calamity which was now coming upon them. For they had it before their eyes, and expected its coming. Accordingly, Esther made supplication to the Most High after the manner of her country, by casting herself down upon the earth, and putting on her mourning garments, and bidding farewell to meat and drink and all delicacies for 3 days. For 3 days' time. And she entreated the Most High to have mercy upon her, and make her words appear persuasive to the king, and render her countenance more beautiful than it was before.
The Most High
That's
recognizes
crazy, huh?
when we separate ourselves from comforts,
Mm-hmm.
and we make him the primary focus, and we sit here and really break our body and break our minds. When I'm in the position, I'm ready to break myself and take away my comforts and my daily casual, benefits. He said, this person's serious. I'll take this person's prayers serious. A lot of times our prayers aren't being taken serious because we're not wanting to separate ourselves from casual comforts. Read on.
That both by her words and beauty she might succeed, for the averting of the king's anger, in case he were at all irritated against her, and for the consolation of those of her own country. Now they were in the utmost danger of perishing, as also that he would excite a hatred in the king against the enemies of the Jews, and those that had contrived their future destruction.
Keep reading. Read paragraph 9 also.
If they proved to be contemned, Salaki, if they proved to be contemned by him. Mine says contempt.
Yeah, mine too. Contempt.
Yeah. Verse 9. When Esther had used the supplication for 3 days, she put off those garments and changed her habit, and adorned herself as became a queen. It took 2 of her handmaids with her, and one of which supported her, as she gently leaned upon her, and the other followed after, and lifted up her large train, which swept along the ground.
Meaning, what's happening is, as she's walking towards the king, she had her servants carry her dress, her gown. As she's walking, must have been a big, extravagant gown. Her handmaids carried it, and she's walking out to him. Okay? Read on.
It lifted up her large train, which swept along the ground, with the extremities of her fingers. And thus she came to the king, having a blushing redness in her countenance, with a pleasant agreeableness in her behavior. Yet did she go into him with fear. And as soon as she was come over against him...
Now, I want to make sure I'm clear with this. It's explaining that on the outside, she showed confidence, a glow, happiness, and agreeable behavior. But on the inside, she was full of fear. I think even us, when we're in the midst of our battle, just because you have the spirit of fear in you doesn't make you weak. It's what you do when fear is on you that shows you that you're courageous. A lot of times I think that if we think there's an absence of fear, it means you're ready to fight a battle. That's not the case. You have to be able to fight a battle with fear rolling all through you. And that's when the Most High actually comes through for you. Is when you're fighting past what's inside of you that's eating you inside out. That's eating you alive. Just like what she's doing. She's afraid and is gripping her, but on the outside she's not showing it. She's fighting to go opposite of how she feels. That's when the Lord comes through for you. That's what courage really is. Read on.
Yet did she go into him with fear. And as soon as she was come over against him, as he was sitting on his throne in his royal apparel, which was a garment interwoven with gold and precious stones, which made him seem to her more terrible, especially when he looked at her somewhat severely, and with a countenance on fire with anger.
Now I'm going to say this. The crazy thing is, isn't that how it is when we fight our battle? Looks can be deceiving. And when you're facing something that is a major obstacle in your life, a lot of times it looks like when you first go against your flesh that it's not going to work out. Listen, she's sitting back here fighting her battle, doing that which is right. And then the first impression that she got was that it wasn't going to work out. How many times have we endured that, whether it's in our business, our work, our job for the Most High? You try to find and tap into a new endeavor. Initially, it looks like this shit ain't going to work out. You wasted your time.
This is going to
This is going to, like Cisco out. This album's going to flop out. My point is, I'm going to try it. I'm trying to do the right thing. And I'm looking at this guy's face, and he's not buying what I'm trying to sell.
And it's easiest to break down.
And just run. And quit. I'm joking, but I'm not, because when each of us, I have actually been in situations like this, that I've sat back here. I was in a scenario, for instance, I was in a scenario with the AG, Attorney General, and I was looking at child support, man, and it was going to be a ridiculous amount of money. I'm not going to lie, it was years ago. And I came down and I explained my situation. And the AG looked at me. It was the person that worked at the AG's office. It wasn't the AG. But she looked at me and was like, pretty much in her own words, I'm not really buying what you're saying.
Yep.
And I was stressing out the whole time about how I'm going to get hit. Can I afford it? Can I do this? And she gave me the dirtiest look when I said, well, ma'am, I'm trying hard. I gave her my whole spill out. And she was like, that's not good enough, sir. And I was like, God damn it, I'm going to get hammered out. And all of a sudden, she said, but you know what? And all of a sudden, she changed her whole vibe. And I was like, I'm not going to say a word. I'm not going to mess this up.
You just said that you had a problem with it.
I'm going to shut my mouth up. You know, sometimes in your situation, say little is more.
That's more.
That's the better way of saying it. Saying less actually is more. But I went in there and I gave her my spill. I said, ma'am, this is my paperwork. Yeah, this is my paperwork. Here the paper. Here, the paper said this. This is all I can do. I can't do no more. Come on, it was like, no, I like this. And I was like, inside I was like feeling like dirt. But outside I was like, you know, you was in elementary school, you want to get out and go to recess. You hold your hands like this. You get stiff. You get 1,000 thoughts and y'all scared. You like this. I was sitting like this. And she was, listen, the vibe she gave me was like, dude, I'm killing you.
We ain't believing this.
I'm not believing you, because another dude that left the work ended up getting hit for like $1,000 a month.
No, it wasn't more than that.
No, it was $1,000 a month. And then it got worse later on, but it's $1,000 a month off rip. And I was like, I can't do that. I can't do this. And the look she gave me, I'm gonna give you $1,000 a month. That was the look she gave me, that $1,000 a month look.
Nobody want to hear that, man. Nobody want to hear that.
I can't do this. I can't do this. So I sat back here. I said my prayers. I said, Lord, I'm trying. I gave my Esther speech and my Mordecai speech. My intention wasn't for this to happen. I went through all that stuff, right? So I'm sitting at the office like, damn, this person's gonna break me out. And the first 10, 15 minutes, I thought I was done. And all of a sudden, a spirit changed on this person. So you know what? I see you trying. And I was like, what? But you think I said it? All I do.
Okay.
I had that face too. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, Captain. Yes, boss. Listen, I whatever the hell she needed me to say, I was like, yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I was saying yes. Yeah, she looked like a man eater, right? And I understand. You have a bunch of deadbeat dudes. I was sitting back here doing what I could. Point is, I have seen a person give me that negative confirmation and then switch. I lived it. So when I sat back and I'm seeing what's happening with Esther, and she sees this dude's face, his face was whatever on the business he was on.
Stone.
But it wasn't against her. But she perceives it like he's angry at her. He got whatever the hell business he got on his mind, dealing with Greek shenanigans that he's dealing with. He's losing battles and soldiers with the Greeks. So he's dealing with that. But she thinks it's against him. And that's
Against her.
against her. That's what I meant, against her. But it wasn't. So read this part again. In his royal, yeah.
And with a countenance on fire with anger, her joints failed her immediately. Out of the dread she was in, and she fell down sideways in a swoon.
Is to her joints? What do you mean her
Well, she just collapsed.
Oh, okay.
She saw this dude and saw how mad she was, and she was like, "This thing's gonna kill me. It's over."
Okay.
And she fainted.
This is not going to work.
Exactly, but that happens a lot of times when we fight to do spiritual endeavors and do the right thing, because of, once again, how steadfast are you going to stick to the spiritual endeavor that you take? So you're not going to get sometimes you want that initial validation to know that the gods are with you. The spirits are with you. That's why I did this. My fingers are up.
People be like, those brothers.
Damn.
Those brothers are idol worshippers.
No, I'm just saying people want that confirmation, but that initial response isn't always what you're expecting. But you still have to hold fast and allow the Most High to come through, because it will come through. Okay? So, read on. So she faints.
I loved it from the top. Especially when he looked at her somewhat severely, and with a countenance on fire with anger. Her joints failed her immediately, out of the dread she was in, and she fell down sideways in a swoon. But the king changed his mind, which happened, as I was in, Salakia, as I suppose, by the will of the Most High, and was concerned for his wife, lest her fear should bring some very ill thing upon her. And he leaped from his throne and took her in his arms and recovered her by embracing her and speaking comfortably to her and exhorting her to be of good cheer and not to suspect anything that was sad on account of her coming to him without being called, because that law was made for subjects, but that she, who was a queen, as well as he a king, might be entirely secure. And as he said this, he put the scepter into her hand and laid his rod upon her neck on account of the law, and so freed her from her fear. And after she...
That's a relief right there.
But see, it's a relief that she's halfway in. It's still not over. She's still got to sit back in and set this up properly. She just got an audience to talk to him.
Okay.
We done?
And after she had recovered herself by these encouragements, she said, "My lord, it is not easy for me on the sudden to say what hath happened. For as soon as I saw thee to be great and comely and terrible, my spirit departed from me, and I had no soul left in me. And while it was with difficulty and in a low voice that she could say thus much, the king was in a great agony and disorder, and encouraged Esther to be of good cheer, and to expect better fortune, since he was ready, if occasion should require it, to grant her the half of his kingdom. Accordingly,
But she wasn't conscious of that, was she?
She wasn't.
She didn't know that.
But that's the point. That's what faith is.
We
You
don't
don't
know.
know how this is going to play out.
Just like going to the wilderness and the Most High was stinging those giants with those bees, those murder hornets, and trying to clear the land of these nations, while we simultaneously were in a different location.
Mm-hmm.
We don't see the opposite side of the other side of the coin.
And we're looking at how big they were, not realizing that all we had to do was show up and fight, and they were going to cower down and break down. It's just like I watched a documentary on Alexander the Great. he didn't fight a whole lot of fights. But listen, the last fight that Alexander fought in Babylon against the Persians, Alexander didn't realize that the Persians saw blood moon the night before the fight. And that's a bad omen for the Persians. So the Persians are like, man, we're going to die, man. We're going to die tomorrow. And this blood moon is telling me we're going to lose.
Right.
So Alexander's come out here to fight. And all he has to do is sit back and do this. Ah, get out of here. This is bad. It ain't going to work out. Because they already got the hooly goolies on them. They already bugged out.
And the blood moon was one of their chief deities.
I don't know about that, but all I know is that it was a red moon. And they said, red moon, bad for Persians. And they were like, dude, this isn't going to work out. And all Alexander had to do was attack a little bit. And their superior forces collapsed. It was no different than when the Assyrians were about to wipe out the Jews during King Hezekiah's time. They had made an initial pit stop to wipe out the Egyptians. When they went to wipe out the Egyptians, they had a bad omen. There was like an army of rats that ate away their leather harnesses on their shields. And they said, rat bites on their leather, bad for war. It's like, we need to get the hell out of Egypt.
That's dirty, guys.
First of all, it's dirty as cuss. But I'm getting the hell. It's a bad omen too. All the rats chewed away at my harnesses and all my fighting equipment. This is going to work out, bro.
Man, get your.
The harness don't work no more. I just got to walk with the shield and the thing. You know how that is. Bad moves. There's rat poop everywhere.
Feel like a storage house.
Oh man, and it happened all while they're sleeping. So what happened is that was a bad omen for the Assyrians, and they got the hell out of there.
Yeah.
So they're already in their head, about to go to war with the Jews, and the Most High wiped them out with some type of a sound or some type of a I think it was a fire from heaven or something like that. But the point is, before the fire from heaven came down, they were already in their head about this is a bad move, it's a bad omen. But once again, I don't know how we got into the rats and all that stuff, but I brought it out with how the Most High works for us behind the scenes. You brought that out about the murder hornets, and the truth is we don't know how the Most High is defending us on the back end side. Sure. It was no different than we read about how the Maccabees. Remember when the Greeks kept losing to us, the Maccabees? Well, shoot. Well, what we don't talk about a lot is that the Greeks got pulled out and had to fight the Parthians. And the Parthian war the Parthian people and what's his name, Antiochus, had to go and fight them. And the majority of the forces got sent out there. So the Most High made the fight. We were still behind on manpower and resources, but it wasn't halfway as bad as it could have been if Antiochus didn't get pulled out to India to fight the Parthians.
It was a distraction.
It was a distraction, so that even though it was like 20-1, the odds were still in a better position than if the entire brunt of the Greek army would have came at us. So the Most High does this all the time
To protect us.
He does this all the time to protect us. We don't know how he's working on our behalf. We just have to trust that he is. And I can't be concerned with what I see because the Most High works behind the scenes. That makes sense? Okay, let's continue, sir.
Accordingly, Esther desired that he and his friend Haman would come to her to a banquet, but she said she had prepared a supper for him. He consented to it, and when they were there, as they were drinking, he bid Esther to let him know what she desired, for that she should not be disappointed, though she should desire the half of his kingdom. But she put off the discovery of her petition till the next day, if he would come again, together with Haman, to her banquet.
So now it's like, okay, I got the rapport. Let me have him and Haman come the next day so we can have a meal and talk about what I really want to drop on her. The first battle was just, can I sit back and get an audience with this guy to talk to him? I'll figure out the rest later. And I get that completely. We're going to let that go for now and jump to Esther chapter 5, verse 1 through 8.
Esther in the Bible, chapter 5 and verse 1. Now it came to pass on the third day that Esther put on her royal apparel and stood in the inner court of the king's house, over against the king's house. And the king sat upon his royal throne in the royal house, over against the gate of the house. And it was so, when the king saw Esther, the queen, standing in the court, that she obtained favor in his sight.
The reason I didn't go here before I went to the Apocrypha, because the Apocrypha kind of, Josephus painted a little more depth to the scenario. Yes, the king Xerxes accepted her in, but not before the fierce look happened and the feigning happened. Then he sits back here and brings her in. And that part was important because a lot of times when you're doing things the right way, it doesn't always look like it's going to work out, but it ends up happening. Continue.
And the king held out to Esther the golden scepter that was in his hand. So Esther drew near and touched the top of the scepter. And then said the king unto her, What wilt thou, Queen Esther? And what is thy request? It shall be given thee to the half of the kingdom. And Esther answered, If it seem good unto the king, let the king and Haman come this day unto the banquet that I have prepared for him. Then the king said, Cause Haman to make haste, that he may do as Esther had said. So the king and Haman came to the banquet that Esther had prepared.
And that was going to be for the next day. Read on.
And the king said unto Esther at the banquet of wine, What is thy petition? And what shall be granted thee?
It shall be granted thee.
And it shall be granted thee. And what is thy request? Even to the half of the kingdom it shall be performed. Then answered Esther and said, My petition and my request is, if I have found favor in the sight of the king, and if it please the king to grant my petition and to perform my request, let the king and Haman come to the banquet that I shall prepare for them, and I will do tomorrow as the king has said.
Read on. We're going to read through the chapter.
Come, verse 9. Then went Haman forth that day joyful and with a glad heart.
So we got the report. I'm going to hang out with the king and the queen. Yeah. I'm moving on up to the east side, literally.
Straight up.
Read on.
And when Haman saw Mordecai in the king's gate, that he stood up, that he stood not up, nor moved from him, he was full of indignation against Mordecai.
He's like, this guy is still not bowing down. So he's like, I'm going to get you. I already got the plan set up. Yes, I?
So Esther's title was queen at this point?
Mm-hmm.
Was her title before just concubine?
No, she was queen.
She was already queen.
Mm-hmm. And go back into last week's class. She had won the favor of the chamberlains, which were the eunuchs. And the head eunuch gave her the right clothes, taught her what to say, put her on game, did everything necessary to put her in position to be the best position she could to be the queen. It was out of 400 women. And he got her prepared quickly, and she was one of the first ones to see him. And being in that position, she had the best opportunity to be made the queen. Okay, so she was queen years before. Don't forget, by the time we're here, this is the 12th year, 13th year of, the war? 13th year of Xerxes' leadership. Now, this whole process started in his second year when he lost Vashti. So now we're around 11 years in. So she's probably, she's been, let me make sure I got there. I have it. I think she got married to him, let me see. Yeah, 479. So that's, 5 years in. 5 years in is when she got married. And then Haman cast those purs in 474. So that means that's like 5 or 6 years. Because it was a year later. They're almost at the end now. So it's around 6 years of marriage where they're about to sit back and face this total annihilation. 6 years of marriage, around 10, 11 years span that this whole story is kind of going into. So, continue.
Come, verse 10. Nevertheless, Haman refrained himself, and when he came home, he sent and called for his friends and Zeresh, his wife.
Listen, Haman's whole life was about ambition and getting power and getting recognition. And he had another side gig we're going to go into in a little bit. Read on.
And Haman told them of the glory of his riches and the multitude of his children and all the things wherein the king had promoted him, and how he had advanced him above the princes and servants of the king. Haman said, moreover, Esther the queen did let no man come in with the king unto the banquet that she had prepared but myself.
She says, so he's saying is, I'm the only other man invited to this banquet. The banquet didn't happen yet. Is that what you're asking?
No, it was interesting that in verse 11 how he was, how pride going for destruction.
Yeah.
It's like that's happened in the scriptures before where like you brag about what you got, the position that you're in, then the Most High sends something to destroy it.
Yeah. And he's bragging about, think about it, he's bragging about this plot that he had been setting up for 2 years.
Yeah.
This was his baby. This is about to happen too. I'm about to get an even more elevation and respect with the king. These Jews are about to get wiped out. And he going to have conversation about getting these gallows made really high to wipe out Mordecai
He's feeling triumph.
and the Jews. He's sitting back and like everything is working.
On top of
on
him
his
being
side.
praises to God.
That's my point. He's getting everything's working on his end. Exactly. That's why you can't tell him nothing. Let's continue.
And tomorrow I am invited unto her also with the king.
Right.
Yet all this avail me nothing, so long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting at the king's
He
gate.
said, none of that matters. This guy is dead. I want his family dead. I want his people dead. Read on.
Then said Zeresh his wife and all his friends unto him, let a gallows be made of 50 cubits high, and tomorrow speak thou unto the king that Mordecai may be hanged thereon.
He said, when you're at this dinner date with him and his wife, let's talk about now let's individually take Mordecai out and hang him on the gallows so everybody can see what a rebellious, this is how you treat a rebellious person in the kingdom. Let him be an example for everybody to see. Read on.
He's going to get all respect, bro.
That's the point.
Let me get one verse on this. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6. Because a lot of times people may think that, me being in power is a time for me to execute my judgment.
Yep.
And me being in power, I get to see the things that I want to come to pass happen. But let's read this real quick. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6.
So like 6 verse 1.
Start at verse 1.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6 verse 1. Hear therefore, O ye kings.
But he said he's speaking particularly to people in charge. This is a special message to anybody that has power, that has authority. He says to kings, go ahead.
And understand, learn ye the judges.
No, he says, learn ye that be judges.
Learn ye that be judges of the ends of the earth.
So he's talking about people in authority. He's talking about kings or people in authority. Read on.
Give ear, ye that rule the people.
So remember, Haman was second in command over the whole Persian Empire. Read on.
And glory in the multitude of the nations.
Go ahead.
For the power is given you of the Lord.
Who's giving you your position? The Most High put you in that position. And this is for anybody that moves up the ladder of rank and responsibility, that it wasn't by you're not ruling because you're just a wonderful person and and you're just absolutely your wisdom is superior to anybody else's. The Most High selected you and allowed you the opportunity to be in a leadership position. It wasn't by your smarts.
Yep.
It wasn't by your craftiness.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
And sovereignty from the highest.
He said you get authority, you get power, and you get sovereignty from who?
The highest.
So you always have to be cognizant and aware that your power comes from the Lord. It don't come from you. Read on.
Who shall try your works?
It said, but just because you're in a leadership position doesn't mean that you are the judge, jury, and executioner. The Most High is going to examine your thoughts even more. That's why the scriptures say, be not many masters, for they shall receive the greatest condemnation. The greater condemnation. You got more responsibility when you're in a leadership position. He said the Most High is still going to try your what?
Your works.
He's still going to try your works. He's still going to test your works, and what else?
And search out your counsel.
And search out your counsels. Haman's works and Haman's counsels are being sought out.
Mm-hmm.
This man been counseling for the destruction of the children of Israel for a whole year. He been casting lots for a whole year.
Yep.
Read.
Verse 4. Because being ministers of his kingdom.
It said because you have to recognize that when you have any authority, you're a servant in whose kingdom?
Of his kingdom.
You're a servant of his kingdom. Your ideals don't get manifested because you're in charge. A lot of people think as soon as I get in charge, I'm going to change everything. Things are going to run my way. You're going to do what I tell you to do. That's not how leadership is. You're just a bigger servant of the Lord in his kingdom. Read on.
Ye have not judged aright.
He said, but if you think that because you have power and authority that you're going to execute what you want to do because you have control, he said, you're thinking wrong. He says you're looking at rulership the wrong way.
Remember Solomon? When Solomon was doing right, there was all peace around him. When Solomon started doing wickedness, what ends up happening? All these rivals start kicking up.
Yeah.
That he didn't even expect to kick up. There was a king in Egypt that came up.
Edomite that came up.
And it was all these people are rising up against you that you had no foreseen thought that could happen when you're out of pocket. When you're not doing what the Most High does, he'll rise up enemies against you to break you or make life uncomfortable. That proves it's not about your power and control. He'll rise up adversaries that will not allow you to rule how you want to rule. That's how he breaks us.
Yep. Read.
Nor kept the law.
Go ahead. You still have a responsibility to keep the law. Read on.
Nor walk after the counsels of the Most High.
So the Most High is saying when you're a leader, you got to do more of what the Most High expects and less of what you expect. It's not even about what you expect. It's not about what you want. Read on.
Verse 5. Horribly and speedily shall he come upon you, for his sharp judgment shall be to them that be in the high places.
So anybody that's in a position of leadership, he said, if you make a mistake, he said you shall receive a sharp judgment.
Mm-hmm.
Because with that great power comes great responsibility. So when you don't respect the position of authority, the Most High will smash you quicker. You know what I'm saying? Because you're a minister for him.
Mm-hmm.
And Haman thinks that his position is about him getting the freedom to execute what he wants. But he got another thing coming. There's a lot to be seen in that position of leadership Haman got. You can let that go.
Okay, you done?
Yep.
Okay, so where are we at? What was the last one before this?
14.
In 5, right?
Yeah, chapter 5, verse
Yeah,
14.
let's read verse 14, sir.
Come, Esther 5 and 14. Then said Zeresh his wife and all his friends unto him, let a gallows be made of 50 cubits high, and tomorrow speak thou unto the king, that Mordecai may be hanged thereon. Then go thou in merrily with the king unto the banquet, and the thing pleased Haman, and he caused the gallows to be made.
So what the woman said is, go to the king early, before the shindig, set up the murder of Mordecai before you have the dinner date. Then we're going to sit back here. Then you can enjoy your steak, enjoy your shawarma even better after this guy is killed.
The food will taste better.
Exactly. Because you got rid of your adversary. Think about that. So now he gets the gallows made, and he's preparing to meet the king early. So all his plans, he's like, listen, what was the Edomite from the A-Team, man? He's like, I love it when a plan comes together. I don't remember that guy.
I forgot his name.
Hannibal. It's Hannibal. That's what it was. So he set up all these plans, and he sees it about to work out. Now the Most High switches it on him. Read chapter 6.
Con, Esther 5, chapter 6, verse 1. On that night could not the king sleep, and he commanded to bring the book of the record.
I don't know what's going on with this phone. Hold on, select it.
Con.
Bro, that's these.
Them phones be tripping, bro.
We good?
Yeah, it's just a page just popped up out of nowhere. Go ahead.
Con.
Yeah.
One time, it was like, come on, bro.
Go ahead.
All right. On that night could not the king sleep, and he commanded to bring the book of records of the chronicles, and they were read before the king.
So once again, the Most High is looking after Mordecai Because Mordecai, Haman is about to do a preemptive strike to get Mordecai killed in the afternoon. So now he's like, said, the Most High don't let him go to sleep. Most High is working his mind to check the records. Read on.
And it was found written that Mordecai had told Abigthana and Teresh, two of the king's chamberlains, the keepers of the door, who sought to lay hand on the king Ahasuerus.
Which is Xerxes. Read on.
And the king said, what honor and dignity had been done to Mordecai for this?
Nothing. Read on.
Then said the king's servant that ministered unto him, there is nothing done for him.
Listen. If I'm not mistaken, this situation happened years before. Matter of fact, because, it was years before, because the assassination attempt happened before Esther married Xerxes. So this assassination attempt happened around 480, 479. And as a note, the assassination attempt happened around the time that Xerxes invaded Greece. So between 480 and 479 was when the assassination attempt happened. We're all the way damn near 474, 473. So this guy ain't been looking at his records for 4, 5, 6 years. This is crazy. 6 years he ain't checked the records out. Now he's like, damn, man, since 6 years, did we do anything for Mordecai? This guy that saved my life? It just shows you how aloof Xerxes is. But the Most High is like, I'm going to take an aloof man and bring him to light and show him what he needs to be remembered so my people can be saved. Because if it was up to Xerxes, he was going to just keep forgetting Mordecai and move on with his life. Read on. So that's a 5-year time he forgot about these records. Read on.
Verse 4. And the king said, who is in the court? And Haman was come into the outward court of the king's house to speak unto the king to hang Mordecai on the gallows that he had prepared for him.
Okay, so listen, everything worked out right. He couldn't sleep, so he's getting records were brought out to him all morning. All night, all morning. So Haman gets there bright and early, ready to sit back and get this kill order ready. And now, what Haman doesn't understand is Xerxes is going to ask him about how to properly hook up Mordecai, but Haman in his pride thinks it's him that he's talking about. Yeah. Read on.
Verse 5. And the king's servants said unto him, behold, Haman standeth in the court. And the king said, let him come in. So Haman came in, and the king said unto him, what shall be done unto the man whom the king delighted to honor? Now Haman thought in his heart, to whom would the king delight to do honor more than to myself?
Haman was about himself. This dude's pride and ego was out of this world. All he had to do was just say, who are you talking about, Lord? All he had to do was ask that question. But he already assumed it was him. Read on.
And Haman answered the king, for the man whom the king delighted to honor, let the royal apparel be brought which the king useth to wear.
Oh man, he's setting his own self up. Read on.
And the horse that the king rideth upon.
He said, he can ride the king's gnat and be all right. Read on.
And the crown royal which is set upon his head.
Oh, bro. Damn, man. Read on.
And let this apparel and the horse be delivered to the hand of one of the king's most noble princes, that they may array the man withal whom the king delighted to honor, and bring him on horseback through the street of the city, and proclaim before him, thus shall it be done to the man whom the king delighted to honor.
So what he's saying is have a parade for this guy. Walk him around on the king's horse and robe and have a parade for this guy. Read on.
Verse 10. Then the king said to Haman, make haste, and take the apparel and the horse, as thou hast said, and do even so to Mordecai the Jew.
That's crazy, bro. This is that that switching of lots. All that work he put into breaking Mordecai is all reversed on him now. Read on, But this is such a lesson for us. Listen, it doesn't matter what a person is plotting against you. You know how many times I've heard from brothers and sisters, my boss just has it out for me at the job? How many times I've heard that before? And the solution to that is stay in order and be obedient with the Heavenly Father, and the Most High will eliminate this person that's giving you the problems. Why do we have to take matters into our own hands to get ourselves out of a situation that the Most High is in control in anyway?
Because we don't want to be in it.
And that's the answer.
Suffering.
We don't want to suffer. Right?
Hate it.
We
don't have
we don't want to suffer. That's exactly what it is. But just keep this in mind. Listen, Mordecai had a horrible boss for 5 to 10 years, bro, and had to suck it up, didn't he? Okay, let's say 5 because he got elevated to the court at around 479. So he had a horrible boss, had to serve Haman for 5 years. He couldn't complain about it. We sit back and work a job for 6 months. I think it's time to leave. I think it's time to move on. What was your question?
No, I was going to say, the Most High says it's a righteous thing to recompense those that trouble you.
Oh, so I mean I got to put hands on my boss?
No, you let the Most High handle it.
That's the point. That's the point.
But, I mean, that sounds great. And then it's like, there's this feeling you get.
Yeah, the feeling of not wanting to be there. The feeling of not wanting to serve is the feeling. Listen, this is the damn point of the Bible. Listen, this is what we teach all the time. Everybody wants to talk about Esau. That we in hell, hell, y'all. We in hell, y'all. I'm like, dude, we're in hell. Why are we in hell? Can I take the lessons, the people, the bosses, the circumstances that flare up my what? Pride. And work on my pride and my ego? The Most High's got me with this boss, with this person, to expose what in me?
Pride.
My pride, my slothfulness, my selfishness, my lack of people skills. We don't talk about that. That's the reason why I'm not getting elevations at the job, because I'm horrible with people. I'm a bad communicator. I always got, like, for women, resting you know what face. Men too. Maybe looking at that meme I always talk about with Samuel L. Jackson. I get the job. I wonder why, a Black Snake Moan, that black, he's like that crazy Samuel L. Jackson look. You got that look all the time, and wonder why you don't get elevated up job positions.
Yeah, the mean gangster face.
No, that's not gangster. Hey, no new gangster. You don't see that white people. You like that. Like, what's going on? Listen, I cannot put him in management. That is not management material right there. This guy is not a manager.
What you want?
Listen. I did a job. I did the job, didn't I? There's a little more to it than the job. Listen, there is a reason you're not getting the promotion. Oh, you tripping on my race. Like, no, it's them eyes. It's those damn eyes. It's that killer that they see in you. They see killer in you.
Killing in management. I ain't killing with no.
I'm gonna do my job good. I'm gonna be present at the job. Like, damn, man. You know what, man? We're gonna take your application. Thank you. We're gonna look into it. You like, that's discrimination. That's discrimination. Like, bro, chill out. Maybe there's a problem with your attitude. Maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something there.
You can't have shit that incorporate.
Bro, listen, I never get that call. I never get this. Hey, maybe I'm kind of antisocial and I don't really get along well with a lot of the workers. I kind of keep to myself. How? I'm not really a team player. How do you expect to get raises when you're not a team player?
The social etiquette that's required. Beyond
yes. It's not just I'm good at my job. I got to be able to connect to people. We don't talk about that. We just say it's Esau. Like, bro, if it was Jake, I couldn't hire you. Come on, dog. Just because you black, I can't put you there because you black, bro. Can you do the job? Can you do the job? I never hear the other side.
By tact.
I never hear why. Can you give me 5 reasons why the boss might be tripping on you? No, I don't got 5 reasons. There ain't nothing. It's just discrimination.
They don't like me.
There's never no jobs with a black man. Like, oh, here we go. There's never jobs, never opportunities. Do you ever smile? What for?
I'll get paid to smile,
What
y'all.
for? Listen, you gotta sit back and be presentable. Didn't the scripture say like a friend must present friendly?
For real. Give me some.
Yeah, a friend must show himself for friends.
Yeah, you gotta show yourself friendly. I'm not attacking anybody. I'm not attacking anybody. But I remember when I was in mean mug mode. When I'm sitting back here and talking to customers, I can't be serious on the phone, frowning and yelling and checking people all damn day long.
I was that guy.
When I was sitting back here at the mall working, and I was counseling brother, I said, man, I got a mean, don't come to me face eye.
I remember I was Jake. I was passing the card out. I said, that dude's, he's always mad.
Thank you.
And I said, just when you walk past him, just don't look at him.
Listen.
That's the rule.
And my answer is this. I used to feel that vibe. I said, what's wrong? I'm trying. I'm out here talking to customers. They don't want to stop. What's the problem? I said, let me go to the restroom, put some water on my face, get this angry man off me, and then assimilate back into the crowd again. And guess what? They should have stopped me again. I said, it was me. It wasn't spirits.
It wasn't spirits.
It wasn't spirits. It wasn't demons. It wasn't Esau doesn't like me.
I did the same thing.
No. It's me. I don't like talking to people. I was adverse at the time connecting because I was too consumed with what I had going on in the camp in my life. And I have a natural scowl to my face. Can y'all sit back? Are y'all aware of yourselves enough to say, hey, how do I look to people? How do people perceive me? Do we do that? No. There's a real answer as to why we disconnect. Because you have to have an understanding of how you present yourself in front of people. And how do people perceive you? If you don't have an understanding about that, you're going to always wonder why you don't get the promotion.
That's why the term "mad black man" go together, or "mad black woman." They always consider you mad, because there's a stigma associated with you because you always got. We use the scripture say, surely oppression make a wise man mad.
Okay, that's the cop out. Come on,
the
oppression, brother.
We're being oppressed.
The oppression.
It's like
400 years of oppression gets you with this face, brother.
Yeah,
okay.
Like James from Good Times, like the dad.
Yeah, James from Good Times.
The dad, right?
Yes.
He's always mad.
Yes.
Woo, he was hot.
Always hot. The point is this. Listen, I am not here to discount 400 years of oppression. What I'm here to say is that's not why you're angry every day. You weren't getting whipped in slave country. That wasn't you. Now, did we sit back and have our own adversities? Yes. But there comes a point where I have to learn how to control my anger so my anger doesn't rub off and make others uncomfortable.
In the court, because you're dealing with court.
Because listen, because I'm going to say this. I'm not only making the nations uncomfortable, I'm making my own people uncomfortable. Do you think it's just I'm disconnected to the nations and it's a nations thing? Or is it a me thing? That's something I had to learn at a very young age in this arena. I had all this beard and long hair, bro, and it was hair everywhere, and I'm frowned up. I'm like, bro, how am I going to sit back here and win customers with all this going on? And I'm operating and I'm working in a high-stress environment. I'm dealing with counsel all the time. I had to learn how to detach and let this go and connect, or I'm going to lose a lot of people. And I'm going to lose opportunities.
That's a skill. That requires training.
Con. You know what the training was? It was pushes every day.
Yeah.
That was the training. I better fix this. I better figure this out. I cannot come home without this.
Be another light envelope.
That's not happening. That's not happening. It's not happening. There's no way. I can't happen.
Yeah.
So I better fix what's inside of me every day. what am I saying? I don't even know how we got to this point either.
When
But
we're dealing with people in Caesar's court or in the Persian's court,
yeah,
it's about on top of your natural responsibilities and taking care of your thorns and dealing with your household, dealing with your field, dealing with home problems and personal responsibilities, and then on top of having to serve the Most High, do I know how to step up my maturity level and know how to present myself and deal amongst the court and policy of nations and people at different scales at work, at the job site? I can't bring home issues to the job. I can't bring camp issues to the job. I have to compartmentalize, which is home, camp is camp, and then work is work.
and then whatever I'm going through, people don't need to feel what I'm
The
going
wrath
through.
of what I'm dealing with.
A lot of us can't handle that.
I was like a Black Panther at La Cantera. La Cantera is a place full of, like, it's like the 80s in modern times.
He was a Black Panther.
I was a Black Panther. I had like leather. I had like a big leather flat. Like,
No, it was leather. It was a leather mine. It had nothing to do with the clothing. Listen, he had berets and black leather. Listen, in his mind, he had black leather on.
I had like
But he had like slacks and a polo shirt on. But in his mind, he was sitting on that wicker chair with his gun out, ready to defend the black man. And that was where his mind was.
I gotta go out here and deal with like upscale Asians, Elamites, Persians, and most importantly Edomites, because they were the majority of the people. And I gotta talk about like light subjects that they're not in the struggle, they're not suffering, they're not going through nothing, they're not even the working class. They're the non-working, they're the managerial class. So their life is just, we're going to Starbucks, I'm going to go get a latte, and by the way, I might get a Tesla tomorrow. My dad's thinking about getting me a Tesla. I don't know if I like it or not. I might want to get a Mercedes. And I'm like, I got the brim on with the Black Panther like jumping out the
logo,
patch, the patch like this. And I'm like, you're the reason why I'm in this position. And the sun is burning me out at the same time.
Oh my God! They're the reason.
Yeah, they're the reason why I'm out here. And I gotta sell them an oil, but I got this Black Panther energy off of me out.
Oh my God!
And I'm like, they're not buying it because they're racist.
Yeah, that's the answer. That's the answer.
They're racist, and that's why they're not buying the oils. And I'm sweating this Black Panther outfit. I got this Black Panther outfit. I'm sweating, and they're all, they're wearing like light Abercrombie and Finch kind of clothes with sandals, and they're just living their life out with a nice Starbucks that I can't afford at the time in their hand out, and it's nice and it's cold iced coffee. I got water. I gotta sell something. And then everybody's like,
they have caramel on top of the drink.
They have a caramel the drip is nice.
Yeah,
and I'm like, so how's your day going out? I look like an interrogator. I'm a short dude, but I got a dark energy on me.
But it's their fault. They're the wicked ones.
But they got on these huggers, and they got hugger shorts and tight shirts and Abercrombie vibes and that little jewelry, the little leather jewelry,
seashell joints.
Jewelry. They're like got beach jewelry on, and I'm like in here in slacks and belt, like business stuff. But I wear long sleeves. I don't like to wear shorts. I wear long sleeves.
It's like 90. It's 100 degrees outside.
I like long sleeves for some reason, bro. And Sasha Wan's like, just go out there and deal with the people.
Just connect. You have to connect to them.
I already trained you. You're like, I know you already trained me. But I think they're racist. Well, you're gonna have a bad day today. You're not gonna get blessed. I'm not getting blessed. You have me out here at La Cantera. They don't like me.
Is it they don't? You're projecting.
They don't.
You don't like them.
I don't like them. That's what it really is. But I'm like, they don't like me. They can't deal with a black man.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Yeah,
that's the answer. There's so much power coming off this guy.
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to see a black person come. Like, can I get this?
There's like this. Black people, my people.
Yeah, but when you see a black person and you talk to them, and they talk just like the Greeks out there. They're like, yeah, bro. So what do you want me to do? You want me to get the oil, bro? I'm like, this dude's just like them, huh? This supposed to sell out, huh? Yeah. But you're in a delusion now. It's not going to work. So the point is, I have to separate my personal opinions and how I feel and my personal struggle from the job. This is what Esther was doing. She had to separate her fear, her discomforts, and just give her mind to being the queen at that moment.
But all of us, the lesson is for all of us to put aside your personal beliefs Put aside your biases. I'm not gonna lie. Listen, we learn we're Israelites. It's a great thing, but sometimes we use our belief to cloud and hide our deficiencies inside. We use our beliefs to hide our deficiencies inside. I'm bad with people, but instead of me sitting back here and working on my issues with dealing with people, I'm just going to say the scriptures show me by who my enemy is. And my enemy, this is my enemy. My enemy is getting in the way of my growth. Versus me realizing, hey, man, once I said, when a man's ways please the Lord, even his enemies be at what? So if my enemies aren't at peace with me, I'm not pleasing the Lord. But how am I not pleasing the Lord? Maybe I'm not humble enough. Maybe I'm not patient enough. Maybe I'm not pleasant to be around enough. There's a lot of things that might be in me that keeps me from being accepted.
Or I'm a loner.
I'm a loner. And who wants to be around a loner when the job is about teamwork?
That's tough.
Listen, half the time when you're in a corporate structure, they want you to be a team player. And the funny thing is, they will take a team player over a workaholic in a heartbeat. Right or wrong? Sometimes the person that can fit in with the group will be accepted and elevated more than the person who does his job better. So I've heard a bunch of times in counsel, I run circles on this person. But well, is that what they're looking for? Or do they want somebody that makes the boss feel comfortable around with their team? What does the boss want?
So am I one-dimensional? Or am I multi-skilled?
It's just like in sports. It's just like in every arena around. What does the person in power want from you? And do you provide what they want?
Servitude.
There's something about, are you willing to adjust with what the person over you expects from you? Doesn't matter what you're good at. You better be top tier of what you're good at if you're going to sit back and operate like that. But most of us aren't. Yeah. Most of us are middle tier in our production and still refuse to give the powers that be what they're expecting. Because, and I'm going to say it again, this is not about, I got to break laws, because you don't break laws. It's not about breaking laws. Can you keep your integrity and still adjust and fix what's inside of you? A lot of us don't want to do that. A lot of us don't grow because of it. Right or wrong. This isn't, it's not rocket science, but the great individuals in the Bible knew how to provide the people that were over them what they required in order to get on top.
The Daniels,
Esther's,
and also Joseph. Joseph. He had the same.
And that's the point. And the Most High always worked with those individuals. Daniel as well. But let's continue because we got to get through this. So, verse 11. Verse 10.
Esther 6 and 10.
You guys got to leave it too?
No.
Okay, well. Good.
Then the king said to Haman, make haste and take the apparel and the horse as thou hast said, and do even so to Mordecai the Jew that sitteth at the king's gate. Let nothing fail of all that thou hast spoken.
Now the tides are starting to turn. Okay, read on.
Then took Haman the apparel and the horse and arrayed Mordecai, and brought him on horseback through the street of the city, and proclaimed before him, thus shall it be done unto the man whom the king delighted to honor.
So this is obviously in the early day / afternoon before the wine party was supposed to happen. Read on.
And Mordecai came again to the king's gate, but Haman hasted to his house mourning, and having his head covered.
So listen, Haman got the hell out of there during that parade. He got the cuss out of there. Read on.
And Haman told Zeresh his wife and all his friends everything that had befallen him. Then said his wise men and Zeresh his wife unto him, if Mordecai be of the seed of the Jews, before whom thou hast begun to fall, thou shalt not prevail against him, but shall surely fall before him.
So his wife and his advisor, like, man, this plan is about to backfire on you, bro. This is about to backfire. That's the lots and the fortunes of these two men are switching. Initially, Mordecai and the Jews were going to fall, and Haman was going to rise. Now the fates are changing.
Trading places.
Just like this, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Let's keep going.
And while they were yet talking with him, came the king's chamberlains and hasted to bring Haman unto the banquet that Esther had prepared.
So now the chamberlain is going to Haman's house, but guess what he's also seeing? It doesn't say it yet, but what does the chamberlain see when he goes to Haman's house? He sees those gallows in the backyard. He sees those gallows in the backyard. He's like, come on, let's go. Let's go. We got to go back and meet the queen. But he sees the gallows. That was intended for Mordecai. Let's continue. Matter of fact, hold on. That's 14. Let's just keep going in the scriptures, man, because we're running low on time. Let's go chapter 7.
Chapter 7. So the king and Haman came to the banquet with Esther the queen. And the king said again to Esther on the second day at the banquet of wine, what is thy petition, Queen Esther? And it shall be granted thee. And what is thy request? And it shall be performed, even to the half of the kingdom. Then Esther the queen answered and said, if I have found favor in thy sight, O king, and if it please the king, let my life be given me at my petition, and my people at my request. For we are sold, I and my people, to be destroyed, to be slain, and to perish.
Because Haman didn't realize she was a Jew. So everything's flipping up on him. Right on.
But if we had been sold for bondmen and bondwomen, I had held my tongue, although the enemy could not countervail the king's damage. Then the king Ahasuerus answered and said unto Esther the queen, who is he, and where is he? It's like that durst presume in his heart to do so. And Esther said, the adversary and enemy is this wicked Haman.
Brother, he's at the table sipping on food, sipping on drinks, and eating food, and the whole vibe just switches out.
He had a curry plate.
He had curry. He stopped eating that curry.
It ain't tasting that good.
Yeah, he's like, oh man, this is not good, bro. This is not good, and it gets worse. It gets worse what Haman does after this. Let's keep going.
Then Haman was afraid before the king and the queen. And the king, arising from the banquet of wine in his wrath, went into the palace garden.
So listen, Haman storms off. Esther goes into her quarters too. And now Haman's sitting back here like, man, what the hell am I going to do? Because I don't know how the king's going to act. Read on.
And Haman stood up to make request for his life to Esther the queen. For he saw that there was evil determined against him by the king.
He saw Xerxes' face. And he's like, man, I know that face. That's that murder face right there.
Yeah.
That's that thumbs down.
That's
Sees with the face out. So he knows it's bad coming out. He knows the bad is coming. Read on.
Verse 8. The king returned out of the palace garden into the place of the banquet of wine. And Haman was fallen upon the bed whereon Esther was.
Bro, because now we got to go into Josephus. What ends up happening is he ends up pleading with Esther. Esther had made it to her room. And she's sitting on her bed. And he goes into her room, her chambers, and he's like, please, don't do nothing. And can you imagine the king's face when he sees this dude is holding, grabbing her leg out, and pleading with her out?
He saw Manolo out. He saw Manolo right there.
He saw Manolo out?
He saw Manolo.
Come on, Ak.
He saw Manolo at the door.
What's Manolo for people who don't know? Ak?
Manolo at the door.
Scarface Ak?
In the movie,
you just got to make sure you're clear with Manolo Ak. People might not know what Manolo is. Ak.
At the end of the movie,
what movie is this, though?
It's the movie Scarface.
Okay, I just got to make sure for the people can understand.
And in the movie, he goes to his best friend's house to find his sister. He finds his sister at the house, and they're happy.
She's smiling. She had like a robe on. Bro. And this guy's eyes went crazy. And the music was like,
because he's not supposed to be there.
He's not
next to his sister. Manolo's not supposed to be next to his sister. Just like this guy Edomite is not supposed to be next to the queen.
Right after this bad news happened.
Yeah.
So now this guy, listen. So now Xerxes is going crazy.
Yeah.
And it's made a bad situation just escalate even more. Like Daria says, Manolo eye. He got the Manolo eyes. I get it. I understand why you said Manolo, but I just want to make sure you clarify so people can understand. Okay. Let's continue like Manolo eye. So let's read verse 8. No. 7.
In the
Bible.
You want the Bible?
Verse 8. Then the king returned out of the palace garden into the place of the banquet of wine, and Haman was fallen upon the bed whereon Esther was. Then said the king, will he force the queen also before me in the house?
He's like, so this guy's going to try to force himself on her when I walked off? Like, what the hell's going on with this dude? Read on.
As the word went out of the king's mouth, they covered Haman's face.
What does that mean? No, they put the damn bag on him. They gooned him, man. They gooned this guy. He got snatched up with the bag on his head.
That's a POW bag.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So efficient, how quick they were able to act on that right in the midst of his speech.
Bro, they snatched him up real quick. Listen, things went from great to bad in a few minutes.
But I missed why he was at the bed because he was trying to convince her.
The Josephus will give more clarity there. What we're gonna do? Let's hold this real quick, and let's go to Josephus, book 11, chapter 6, paragraph 11. We're jumping a few paragraphs. We were once at paragraph 9, but it was kind of redundant. So let's just get to 11. I don't want to just keep reading the same parts of the story over. And we're running out of time. So let's do this. Let's do paragraph 11. If we got to go up, we'll go up.
Now, while these men were thus talking one to another, Esther's eunuchs hastened Haman away to come to supper. But one of the eunuchs, named Sabbath.
What?
Sorry?
Yeah, that's a B.
Sabbath
Yeah.
saw the gallows that was fixed in Haman's
Remember I
house.
said that Chamberlain saw the gallows at the house when they went to pick him up? Read on.
And inquired of one of his servants for what purpose they had prepared it.
So once again, the Chamberlains, they don't get a chance to talk to the big folk. They talk to the other workers there. And the workers say, yeah, man, this is for Mordecai. They oh, okay. So they walk off and they leave. But he knew that Mordecai just got the promotion. Yeah. Read on.
So we knew that it was for the queen's uncle, because Haman was about to petition the king that he might be punished. But at present he held his peace. Now, when the king with Haman were at the banquet, he desired the queen to tell him what gifts she desired to obtain, and assured her that she should have whatsoever she had a mind to. She then lamented the danger her people were in, and said that she and her nation were given up to be destroyed, and that she, on that account, made this her petition, that she would not have troubled him if he had only given order that they should be sold into bitter servitude. For such a misfortune would not have been intolerable.
Think about this. She said, I would have been okay if the sentence was just servitude. But you want us to die. That's above and beyond. What it's showing is, once again, there can't be, if it's really about us being humble and serving the Lord, servitude in adverse conditions can't be the end all be all for us. Too many times, adverse conditions is why we want to quit and bounce out of situations. But adverse conditions are punishment for our conduct. And we're too apt to run from adverse conditions versus accepting them and getting a lesson out of it. So she's like, listen, if it was about us just having to deal with more punishments and stricter life, I wouldn't be talking to you about this. But this person wants us dead. Read on.
But she desired that they might be delivered from such destruction. And when the queen inquired of her who was the author of this misery to them, she then openly accused Haman and convicted him that he had been the wicked instrument of this and had formed this plot against them. When the queen was hereupon in disorder and was gone hastily out of the banquet into the gardens, Haman began to intercede with Esther and to beseech her to forgive him as to what he had
Offended.
Salakia. As to what he had offended. For he perceived that he was in a very bad case.
Okay.
And as he had fallen upon the he had fallen upon the queen's bed and was making supplication to her.
So what ends up happening, he's trying to sit back and ask that things are okay. She's walking to her room. She's getting the hell out of there too. She goes into her room and he falls on her bed. And she was obviously on her bed. That looks like a whole bunch of problems right there.
Yeah.
Huh?
What is he doing?
That is what he's saying. That's what the king, when he comes back from the garden, he sees her in her bed. Read on.
And was making supplication to her. The king came in, and being still more provoked at what he saw. O thou wretch, said he, thou vilest of mankind, dost thou aim to force a wife? And when Haman was astonished at this, and not able to speak one word more, Sabucus, the eunuch, came in and accused Haman and said he found a gallows at his house, prepared for Mordecai.
That report out.
For that the servant told
It's like,
him...
There's all kind of bad things happening at one time, man. He's like, oh, the God just promoted. This guy wants to kill him, bro. What's going on here, man? Keep going, man.
He found a gallows at his house, prepared for Mordecai, for that the servant told him so upon his inquiry, when he was sent to him to call him to supper. He said further that the gallows was 50 cubits high,
Dang.
which when the king heard, he determined that Haman should be punished after no other manner than that which had been devised by him against Mordecai. So he gave order immediately that he should be hung upon those gallows and be put to death after that manner.
Listen, what's crazy, he didn't have no time to say bye to your wife and your family. He says this guy goes immediately on them gallows out. No Salakias, just like this. What's that?
Well, I always thought, now, maybe I'm wrong, I thought they all died together.
That's later on.
Okay.
Later on, they end up taking all of Haman's sons and wiping them out too. But immediately he goes down. Okay? Let's continue.
And from hence I cannot forbear to admire the Most High, and to learn hence his wisdom and his justice, not only in punishing the wickedness of Haman, but in so disposing it, that he should undergo the very same punishment which he had contrived for another.
Remember one verse real quick also? 1 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 5.
It's like the irony of the Heavenly Father is perfect out.
Yeah. Like he's saying that he said he got to admire the timing of the Most High.
Yeah.
The way the Most High's timing is perfect.
God.
Because a lot of times this is where we want revenge, but the Most High said, "Vengeance is mine; I shall repay," said the Lord. 1 Corinthians 4 and 5. Read that.
1 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 5. Therefore, judge nothing before the time.
That's why he said, "Don't judge nothing before what?"
The time.
Because a lot of time we want to take vengeance or we want to execute our wrath on people, and we're out of time. We don't know what time. We don't know how to let the Most High step in and intervene and intercede for us.
You know what that means in real life?
Mm-hmm.
I got to be uncomfortable.
Yeah. Exactly.
While I'm waiting for the Most High to come through, I have to be uncomfortable until the Most High sees fit for vengeance to happen the way He wants to happen.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to suffer, which forces you to what? Pray, read, study, counsel,
and wait.
And wait.
Because you're not going to see. Read verse 4.
Come, for I know nothing by myself.
That's why Paul said, man, if you ask me, I don't know nothing. Paul said, man, you know what? I don't know what to do. And in certain situations, that's why Paul could be shipwrecked and stuck in the deep, in the ocean, bit by snakes. He could be beat because he knows it's not on his time frame.
Yeah.
He's not on his judgment. He doesn't pass his own decisions forward and press himself into what he should do. He said he wait on the Most High. Read on.
Yeah, I am not hereby justified.
Read.
But he that judgeth me is the Lord.
He said, but the one that judges me is the Lord, because the Most High is judging He's judging me in this situation. That's what the Most High is judging. What do you do in this situation? Read on.
Therefore judge nothing before the time.
And that's why it says, you don't execute your will until the Most High give you the call, or the Most High steps in. You let the Most High show up so that you can understand that it's for Him to get the glory. It's not for you to get the glory. It's for the Most High to get the glory. So that's why he said, man, I stay out of it and I wait on the Lord and I don't make quick, fast decisions, even though I may be angry, I may be in pain, I may be suffering, I may be hurting, but I want vengeance. I want revenge. Read on. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Until the Lord comes.
He said, until who?
Until the Lord comes.
So a lot of times our people don't want to be in a situation that's uncomfortable, but they have to learn how to wait till the Most High shows up.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so like this is also kind of correct what I said earlier. This if I could scripture. I'm sorry.
Okay.
2 Thessalonians chapter 1 verse 6, which is on that.
Just read it. Just read it.
Seeing it is a righteous thing with the Most High to recompense tribulation to them that trouble you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The Most High is going to do it. You let Him sort it out.
Con.
But,
And you get the spiritual lesson that comes from waiting and being patient.
And the Most High gets the glory.
And that's the point. Con.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the part of the scripture says, knowledge does what?
Puff it up.
It makes you think you're stronger and more important than you think you are, than you really are. We got to be able to take this knowledge, get it, get strong from it, and learn to hurry up and wait behind it. Now, this to answer your question, you don't find the word rapture in the scriptures. But if you're asking us, do we believe that Christ is going to come back and save the people? Yes. But you don't see rapture anywhere in the scriptures or how the Christians kind of paint it out. You don't see it the way that's taught. But if you're going to sit back and ask me, is Christ going to come back and deliver his people? The answer is yes. And maybe we'll go over a rapture class maybe in a few days.
Well, just one verse on
I'm glad to
that.
do that. That gives me a class.
1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 13.
Where you at?
1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 13. Just to answer that question, do we believe in a rapture? Everything we believe is based on what the scripture said.
First Thessalonians chapter 4 and verse 13. But I will not have you be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope.
So now he's explaining how that some people they would have already died or passed away before Christ came or Christ comes the second time. Some people will be alive at the coming of Christ. Some people would have already been in the grave, buried, and put down to sleep.
Yep.
By the time Christ comes.
And where are you at again, sir?
1 Thessalonians 4:13.
Yep.
Read that.
Verse 14. For we believe that Jesus died and rose again.
So what are we talking about here? We're talking about resurrecting from the dead.
Yep.
We're talking about people dying and being resurrected from the dead, right? So if we believe that Christ died and was raised from the dead, then we also got to believe that the Most High will raise up his followers from the dead. So for those, some
says that too.
Yeah, some have already have passed away and are dead already before the coming of the Lord. Read on.
Says, even so them also which sleep in Yahushua.
So it's some people that believe in Christ, but they've already died.
Mm-hmm.
But there's some people that are going to be on the earth when Christ comes back the second time. Read on.
Will the Most High bring with him?
He said, but they're not going to be forgotten either. Because we're still talking about resurrecting. They're not going to be forgotten either. Read on.
For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord.
So that some people that are alive on earth and will witness the coming of Christ, the second coming of Christ. Read on.
Shall not prevent them which are asleep.
It's going to be two people that's going to be pulled up. It's going to be the ones that believe in Christ that died, that are in the grave, and also the ones that are here on earth. They also shall be brought up. And what's going to happen? Read on.
For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout.
Go ahead.
With the voice of the archangel and with the trump of the Most High.
Go ahead.
And the dead in Christ shall rise first.
But this is where the scripture says the first shall be last and the last shall be what?
First.
So who's getting picked up first?
The ones who died.
The ones that died are getting picked up first. They're going with Christ first.
And then everybody on earth is going to get risen.
Yep.
So the ones who are still in that cycle of reincarnation, that are dead in the ground, they're coming up. Then we get saved afterwards. But we'll go into that. I'll probably do that on Monday.
Okay.
I'm going to more. We'll have more detail in that class on Monday. All right. Let's just finish it where we started though. So where are we at in
This is Esther chapter 7 verse 9.
Okay.
And Harbona, one of the chamberlains, said before the king.
Matter of fact, did we finish the Josephus? Let's finish the Josephus and we'll continue there. Just read, and from thence I cannot forbear.
And from thence I cannot forbear to admire the Most High, and to learn hence his wisdom and his justice, not only in punishing the wickedness of Haman, but in so disposing it, that he should undergo the very same punishment which he had contrived for another. As also because thereby he teaches others this lesson, in what mischiefs anyone prepares against another, he without knowing of it first contrives of it against himself.
And that's the thing. What he's saying is, whatever, if we have negative motivations and negative intentions to screw somebody else's life up, just know we're on the hook for those same devices to happen to us. Okay? Let's continue. Matter of fact, let that go. I'll be out there. Let's go 7 and 9 now.
Esther chapter 7, verse 9. And Harbona, one of the chamberlains, said before the king, Behold, also the gallows 50 cubits high, which Haman had made for Mordecai, who had spoken good for the king, standeth in the house of Haman. Then the king said, Hang him thereon. So they hanged Haman on the gallows that he had prepared for Mordecai. Then was the king's wrath pacified.
So, because he was so mad, somebody had to die that day. So Haman alone got wiped out. But then once the queen and Mordecai talked to Xerxes, then all of a sudden everybody else gets wiped out, and the enemies of the Jews get wiped out in one more fatal swoop. Okay, read Esther chapter 8, verse 1 through 12.
Esther chapter 8. On that day did the king Ahasuerus give the house of Haman, the Jews' enemy, unto Esther the queen.
So now the king is giving Haman's house and estate over to Mordecai. Read on.
And Mordecai came before the king, for Esther had told what he was unto her.
Mm-hmm.
And the king took off his ring, which he had taken from Haman, and gave it unto Mordecai.
So now Mordecai is number 2 in the kingdom. Read on.
And Esther set Mordecai over the house of Haman.
So Esther sat back here and gave Mordecai all of Haman's assets. That means the people got taken out their house, and it was all given to Mordecai. Read on.
Verse 3. And Esther spake yet again before the king, and fell down at his feet, and besought him with tears to put away the mischief of Haman the Agagite, and his device that he had devised against the Jews. Then the king held out the golden scepter toward Esther. So Esther arose and stood before the king, and said, If it please the king, and if I have found favor in his sight, and the thing seem right before the king, and it I be pleasing in his eyes, let it be written to reverse the letters devised by Haman, the son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, which he wrote to destroy the Jews which are in all the provinces, all the king's provinces. For how can I endure to see the evil that shall come unto my people? Or how can I endure to see the destruction of my kindred? Then the king Ahasuerus said unto Esther the queen, and to Mordecai the Jew, Behold, I have given Esther the house of Haman, and him they have hanged upon the gallows, because he laid his hand upon the Jews. Write ye also for the Jews, as it is liketh you, in the king's name, and seal it with the king's ring. For the writings which is written in the king's name, and sealed with the king's ring, may no man reverse. Then were the king's scribes called at the time, in the 3rd month, that is, month Sivan, on the 23rd day thereof, it was written according to all that Mordecai commanded unto the Jews, and to the lieutenants, and the deputies, and the rulers of the provinces which are from India to Ethiopia, 127 provinces.
So now what it's letting us know, now is giving us a proper timeline about when all this happened. The 1st month was when it was decreed that by the 12th month, the Jews are going to get wiped out. So all this is happening the 3rd month in. The 3rd month in is when all the decrees start kicking out to stop the process of eventually killing the Jews. So this thing happened in the 3rd month. It didn't happen like the 12th month, the last day of. Because there would have been no way. That was a question I had. How did they get out this information so quickly to reverse these death sentences? It couldn't have happened a day or two ahead of time because the letters wouldn't have made it out in time. So the letters were sent out in the 3rd month, which gave all these provinces ample time to eliminate the kill order.
Especially if you're dealing with mail carriers, like by horseback.
That's what I'm saying. That's taking forever, man. So that took 3 months in of the sentence, things started getting reversed. Read on.
Unto every province according to the writing thereof, and unto every people after their language, and to the Jews according to their writing, and according to their language.
Mm-hmm.
And he wrote in the king Ahasuerus' name, and sealed it with the king's ring, and sent letters by post on horseback, and riders on mules, camels, and young dromedaries, wherein the king granted the Jews which were in every city together, gather themselves together, and to stand for their life, to destroy, to slay, and to cause to perish all the power of the people and provinces that would assault them, both little ones and women, and to take the spoil of them that pray.
So what they're saying is the orders were reversed, and everybody that had taken on the willingness to wipe out the Jews, now things were reversed, and even those people were going to get killed by the Jews. They were given the power to take out the people that were going to kill them. Let's continue verse 12.
Verse 12. Upon one day in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus, namely upon the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month Adar.
So what they're saying is the decree was reversed in the 3rd month, so that by the time you got to the 12th month and that 13th day, the killings were supposed to now be reversed. Okay, so the order didn't change. The date of the killing didn't change. The only thing that changed was who was going to get killed. Okay, so hold this and go to the Apocrypha, Esther, chapter 16, verses 1 through 24. Listen, I jumped and didn't finish Esther on chapter 15, but once again, we've been kind of rushing through this because it's getting kind of later in the time, so I don't want to go too far into it. Let's get 16 though. Let's get 16.
Esther chapter 16, verse 1. The great king Artaxerxes.
This is the letter. This is the writing of the letter that was sent back out to all the people in the 127 provinces. Read this.
The great king Artaxerxes unto the princes and governors of 127 provinces from India unto Ethiopia, and unto all our faithful subjects, greetings. Many the more often they are honored with a great bounty of their gracious princes, and more proud they are waxing, and endeavors to hunt not our subjects.
To hurt.
To hurt not our subjects only, but not being able to bear abundance, do take in hand to practice also against those that do them good, and take not only thankfulness away from among men, but also lift it up with their glorious words of lewd persons that were never good. They think to escape the justice of the Most High, that seeth all things and hateth evil. Verse 5. Oftentimes also fair speech of those that are put in trust to manage their friends' affairs have caused many that are in authority to be partakers of innocent blood, and hath enwrapped them in
Remediless.
calamities.
So what he's saying is, they're trying to explain. They're trying to explain why this situation happened in the first place. What they're saying is Haman, with his fair speech, deceived the king and caused these orders to sit back here and be thrown out there in the first place because of Haman's fair speeches and lies to confuse the king. Okay, but let's keep going.
Verse 6. Beguiling with the falsehood and deceit of their lewd disposition the innocency and goodness of princes. Now ye may see this, as we have declared, not so much by ancient histories, as ye may, if ye search what hath been wickedly done of late through the
Pestilent
behavior of them that are unworthy place and authority. And we must take care for the time to come, that our kingdom may be quiet and peaceable for all men, both by changing our purpose and always judging things that are evident with more equal proceeding. For Ammon, a Macedonian...
Stop. This verse right here puts a lot of pieces together. First of all, Haman was an Agagite. Agag was of the royal lineage of the Amalekite nation, which we know are Edomites. This verse right here proves that Edomites, Amalekites, are white people. This one proves it without a shadow of a doubt. That white people, Esau, Amalekites, have Macedonian origins. Okay, so if we ever sitting back here having to prove who Esau is, this series of explanations clearly explains it. Haman was an Amalekite. Amalekites are a family of the Edomites. And these Edomites are Macedonians. Now it also puts together why those, it kind of goes into the fact that, as you read on, that Haman had ordered those two chamberlains to try to make an attempt to kill Xerxes way back when. Because if you remember reading last week, Haman was angry that Mordecai found out that... Was that? Exactly. Haman was angry that those two chamberlains got caught by Mordecai in the first place. And what it also lets you know is at the time of the plot was right around the time, right before Xerxes and Esther got married in 479 BC. Historically, the Greeks were invaded by Persia in 480. So if we're going to put two and two together, you can kind of see that the Greeks were trying to use Haman to be an inside man to try to sit back here and establish the assassination of Xerxes so they can defend and protect their land of Greece from invasion. Does that make sense?
Makes sense because Alexander the Great's father was Philip of Macedonia. He was a Macedonian himself.
Mm-hmm. But this was before him.
Yeah.
You got to understand, this was in 480 BC. The Greeks and the Persians had been going to war from that time until the late 300s, or the mid to late 300s, when Alexander got there. It was around 150 years of battling back and forth and jockeying for a position. Because what Xerxes did, Xerxes extended the empire a little further than his predecessors. Xerxes got some of the land of Macedonia and Greece through his fighting. You sit back and you watch 300, it looks like they died, but after the Persians killed the 300, they went and took some land. They didn't take over all of Greece. It just started the wars. It escalated the wars for over 150 some odd years, maybe even 200. What am I trying to say? It would make sense that the assassination attempt was established and fueled by Haman in the first place. And Mordecai, circumventing it, got in the way of the plans of what the Greeks were trying to establish. But as long as Haman was the number two, he was able to provide intel and information and possibly get in position to take out Xerxes when he got the opportunity. But he was going to be a double agent as long as possible. So really the Most High also was going to wipe out Haman to prolong the Persian Empire until it was time for the Greeks to get their time. Yes, sir.
So knowing that history with Haman, which the Persian king knew, why would he allow him to be so close to him to be his advisor?
I keep letting you know, Remember I told you that Xerxes was really an aloof dude. Xerxes was sitting back here, didn't even know what tribe his rib was from.
That's what I was about to say.
He didn't know where she came from.
So you don't even know who's going to war against?
Yes, I'm trying to tell you. He was maybe he looked at him as he is an Edomite and not a Greek. But the truth is this: they're the same people.
How many Chinese get caught selling secrets back to China? American secrets and intel happens all the time. Happens all the time when we just had most recently about a couple weeks ago a Chinese guy was caught. A professor was caught selling secrets to artificial intelligence.
They always do it.
Back to China.
That's awesome.
Because they're going to be loyal to their home country. You know what I'm saying? But in America, they figure, well, these are American now. It's easy to believe that you're a citizen, you're an American, you got a house, you got a family, that you're not going to be loyal to your home country. That's the foolishness of having these cultures that are these melting pots.
Yeah. How did Cromwell sit back here and rise up to power in England? When England was full of Jake. How was he allowed to even get as high as he got? Because, the reality, over time, if you prove yourself loyal to a person, they allow you to get elevated up. That's just what it is. But what this proves is that we also know through history that the Roman civilization was spawned from who? The Greek people. So we also know Edomites were also Roman. Romans, Greeks, Edomites are the same people. And that's a very important concept to be aware of. And it lets you know where Haman's loyalties really were. It was for his people, for his Greek nation, and it was for his Edomite culture, who had that beef and animosity towards the Jews from way back when. He understood who he was, and he wasn't going to. He was going to play the game with Xerxes. He understood how to win Xerxes, but he was out for his nation. It makes complete sense. He sat back and hired those chamberlains to try to kill Xerxes to kind of control that attack and that push that Xerxes was having towards Greece, because maybe the next king would be disinterested in the pursuit of Greece. That's his thinking. Or if Xerxes falls, Persia's weak for a Greek attack. So this is the thinking behind the move. So the Most High is one, looking after his people, and it's two, he's going to allow Persia to run their course. Because there's a lot more things the Most High needs from the Persians to set the Jews up to get them right. And the Persians have to run their time as a kingdom before he brings in the Greeks. Okay? So, read verse 10 again.
God. Verse 10. For Haman.
But so does it make a little more sense, this entire process now? Is that?
Like if Haman manipulated the king once, then he had to have done it before.
Multiple times.
Because in order to have the confidence and the intricate understanding of how to get it done.
But it lets you know how intricate it was when he sat back here and was casting lots for an entire year. Yeah. This guy was methodical in his position.
He was methodical, sharp.
He wasn't about playing anything. He was intelligent, sharp, motivated, and knew how to get things done in his position. And obviously, that's what got him there in the first place. His astuteness and his ability to manage affairs is what got him the opportunity in the first place. So, now the plot's getting unveiled. He is a Macedonian. Read on.
God. Verse 10. For Haman, a Macedonian, the son of Amadatha, being indeed a stranger from the Persian blood and far distant from our goodness, and as a stranger received of us, hath so far forth obtained the favor that we show toward every nation. And as that he called our father, and was continually honored of all men, as the next person unto the king.
He was the main advisor. But we've been reading, Xerxes was very aloof and disconnected to his domestic policies. I mean, he was disconnected, bro. Read on.
But he, not bearing his great dignity,
even for the fact that he gave Mordecai the number 2 position, like he just barely met him.
You're a smart man.
Yeah, yes, he looked after and saved his life, but you give him the number 2 spot
You're
off
industrious.
that?
That's crazy.
That is extreme. Did he earn to be the number 1? Does he even know how to manage affairs?
Right.
Do you know? Has he proven he can manage affairs?
We trust him.
What makes you think that he can? Okay, he might be trustworthy, but can he handle how to run a kingdom? How do you know?
It's qualification.
He's just saying words. He's the number 1. You get him robes.
Crown.
Give him a crown. Like, what are you doing?
Man.
Anyway, that's your Xerxes, bro. But the Most High use him
But
for our benefit.
when you see Haman's nature, and how when Xerxes asked him, what should be done to the man that did these good deeds,
Yeah.
and he said, "Man, this guy should be on a horse with a purple robe."
Yeah.
It shows you that this man, his nature was thirsty for power.
Yeah.
And so that when you're thirsty for power, that means that Haman would be willing to do anything to prove himself to Xerxes as a legitimate person to have on his side, on his team, because you need a Dennis Rodman
Yeah.
type of personality with a hungry person to actually win battles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no doubt. You need that. There's no doubt about it. Listen, and Haman was capable. I'm just talking about you just gave Mordecai everything without even getting to know him. Anyway, let's continue.
God, verse 12. But he, not bearing his great dignity, went above to deprive us of our kingdom and life,
Talking about Haman, right on.
having by manifold a cunning deceits sought of us the destructions, as well of Mordecai, who saved our life and continually procured our good, as also of blameless Esther, partaker of our kingdom with their whole nation. For by these means he thought, finding us destitute of friends, to have translated the kingdom of the Persian to the Macedonians.
What he's saying is Haman's big picture move was to sit back and allow enough intel and work his position to give the Greeks the power over the Persian Empire. That was his big picture, big goal. Okay? And this is what when they did further investigation, they found out what Haman was really trying to accomplish. He was Greek, he was on the side of the Greeks, and he was a double agent. He tried to sit back here because everybody knew that the Persians had superior monies, weaponry, size. So the Greeks used a fellow Edomite. Think about this. At this particular time, see, we're thinking of Edomite nation as everybody was rolling and calling themselves Edomites. It was no different than we were back in those days. You had Israelites Israelites that called themselves Israelites, but those Jews that were in Turkey, what would they call themselves? Turks or Cilicians and all these different Gauls and Vikings and
Antiochians
and barbarians. All these, they started calling themselves the names of the lands they were in, but they still were Israelites. So now you had these Edomites that lived in Edom. They called themselves Edom. Then you had Edomites that was in Greece calling themselves Greeks. Then you had Edomites in Rome calling themselves Romans. They didn't classify themselves as Edomites because they weren't born and raised there, just like us. You can sit back and call them the lost tribes of Edomites. That was in Greece and Rome, who called themselves by the names of the countries that they lived. But they also knew that their blood originated in Greece. Their blood originated in Edom. They understood that. And as you sit back here and continue to go, well, that's late. I don't go into that. But you see the point?
Yeah.
They just classified themselves as Greeks. But they knew they were Edomites. And Haman knew who he was. And they were on the side of the Greeks. And Haman was trying, through his way, to put the Greeks in a position of power to eventually overthrow Xerxes. And I can see where his mind is at. Xerxes was right for the taking. He was green. He wasn't sharp on game. And he could have easily been taken advantage of.
and he was throwing 6-month parties.
So, yeah, the parties out. I just don't think he was that guy hanging out with goat bodies, blowing horns and flutes and stuff like the movie. I don't believe it's him, but he was an aloof dude. It shows you in the scriptures. So let's continue. Esther. 16 and 15 on that, I think.
God, verse 15. But we find that the Jews, whom this wicked wretch hath delivered to utter destruction, are no evildoers, but live by most just laws, and that they, being children of the Most High and most mighty living power, who hath ordered the kingdom both unto us, to our progenitors, in the most excellent manner.
It also lets you know that Xerxes wasn't reading history. He didn't read about Cyrus. He didn't read about Darius. He really wasn't sitting back here reading the history about the Jews. He was very aloof on multiple levels if he's just finding out about the Jews when his father Darius was all about allowing the Jews to get their temple renovated. Read on.
Verse 17. Wherefore ye shall do well not to put in execution the letters sent unto you by Aman, the son of Amadatha. For he that was the worker of these things is hanged at the gates of Susa with all his family. The Most High, who ruleth all things, speedily rendering vengeance to him according to his deserts.
Yes.
Deserts. Verse 19. Therefore ye shall publish the copy of this letter in all places, that the Jews may freely live after their own laws. And ye shall aid them, that even the same day, being the 13th day of the 12th month Adar, that ye may avenge on them, who in the time of their affliction shall set up upon them. For Almighty power hath turned to joy unto them the day, wherein the chosen people should have perished. Ye shall therefore among your solemn feasts keep it at high day with all feasting, that both now and hereafter there may be safety to us, and the well of affected persons. But to those who do conspire against us, a memorial of destruction.
Con.
Therefore,
So it's a reminder that people that conspire against the Jews, it will reverse on them in time. Read on.
verse 24. Therefore, every city and country whatsoever which shall not do according to these things shall be destroyed without mercy with fire and sword, and shall be made not only unpassable for men, but also most hateful to wild beasts and fowls forever.
Come. So let that go, and let's get back to Esther 8, verse 13 through 17.
Esther chapter 8 and verse 13. The copy of the writing for a commandment to be given in every province was published unto all people, and that the Jews should be ready against the day to avenge themselves on their enemies. So the posts that rode upon mules and camels went out, being hastened and pressed on by the king's commandment, and the decree was given at Shushan the palace. And Mordecai went out from the presence of the king in royal apparel of blue and white, and with a great crown of gold, and with a garment of fine linen and purple. And the city of Shushan rejoiced and was glad. The Jews had light and gladness and joy and honor, and in every province and in every city, whithersoever the king's commandment and his decree came, the Jews had joy and gladness, a feast and a day and a good day. And many of the people of the land became Jews, for the fear of the Jews fell upon them.
So what it's saying is, first of all, the purpose is for the Jews was to galvanize us and to get us to come closer to him. But the more times the Most High starts working and dealing with the Jews and blessing the Jews, the more he does it amongst the nations, you're going to constantly see a movement where the nations start following the laws. The more they see the power of the Heavenly Father. And don't forget, we was in our kingdom and in our land, all we had was the Most High showing us miracles. Now we're all spread throughout the world. The Most High is showing the world the miracles he has for the Jews. And you're going to start seeing a pattern of the other nations sitting back here and seeing how we operate, seeing how we serve the Most High, and seeing how he comes through for us And many people are going to start following the laws, keeping the commandments, because that's what becoming Jews means. They're inspired to start serving the Heavenly Father and following His laws. It happens in Persia. It happens in Greece. It happens all throughout the world from there on out. And we'll explain later on what the relevance of that is. But the point is, the nations start following the Most High and start following His laws and commandments. And the more we're spread out, the more they start seeing the power that the Most High has with the Jews. And they want to become a part of that power. Okay, let's continue.
Chapter 9. Now in the 12th month, that is the month of Dar.
Let's see. Read paragraph 12 in Josephus.
Wherefore Haman, who had immoderately abused the honor he had from the king, was destroyed after this manner. And the king granted his estate to the queen. He also called for Mordecai, for Esther had informed him that she was akin to him, and gave that ring to Mordecai, which he had before given to Haman. The queen also gave Haman's estate to Mordecai, and prayed the king to deliver the nation of the Jews from the fear of death, and showed him what had been written all over the country by Haman, the son of Ammedatha, for that if her country were destroyed and her countrymen were to perish, she could not bear to live herself any longer. So the king promised her that he would not do anything that should be disagreeable to her, nor contradict what she desired. But he bid her write what she pleased about the Jews in the king's name, and seal it with his seal, and send it to all his kingdom. For that those who read epistles, whose authority is secured by his seal, for all those who read epistles whose authority is secured by having the king's seal to them, would no way contradict what was written therein. So he commanded the king's scribes to be sent for, and to write to the nations on the Jews' behalf, and to his lieutenants and governors that were over his 127 provinces, from India to Ethiopia. Now the contents of this epistle were these: the great king Artaxerxes to our rulers, and those that are our faithful subjects, sendeth greeting. Many men there are who, on account of the greatness of the benefits bestowed on them, and because of the honor which they had obtained from the wonderful kind treatment of those that bestowed it, are not only injurious to their inferiors, but do not scruple to do evil to those that have been their benefactors, as if they would take away gratitude from among men, and by their insolent abuse of such benefits as they never expected, they turn the abundance they have against those that are the authors of it. And suppose they shall lie concealed from the Most High in that case, and avoid that vengeance which comes from him. Some of these men, when they have had the management of affairs committed to them by their friends, and bear in private malice of their own against some others, by deceiving those that have the power, persuade them to be angry at such as have done them no harm, till they are in danger of perishing. And this by laying accusations and calumnies. Nor is this state of things to be discovered by ancient examples, or such as we have learned by report only, but by some examples of such impudent attempts under our own eyes, so that it is not fit to attend any longer to calumnies and accusations, nor to the persuasions of others, but to determine what anyone knows of himself to have been really done, and to punish what justly deserves it, and to grant favors to such as are innocent. This hath been the case of Haman, the son of Ammedatha, by birth an Amalekite, an alien from the blood of the Persians, who, when he was hospitably entertained by us, and partook of that kindness which we bear to all men, to so great a degree as to be called my father, and to be all along worshipped, and to have honor paid him by all in the second rank after the royal honor due to ourselves. He could not bear his good fortune, nor govern the multitude of his prosperity with sound reason. Nay, he made a conspiracy against me in my life, who gave him his authority. by endeavoring to take away Mordecai, my benefactor and my savior, and by basely and treacherously requiring to have Esther, the partner of my life and my dominion, brought to destruction. But he contrived by this means to deprive me of my faithful friends and transfer the government to others. But since I perceive that these Jews that were by this pernicious transfer, Salakia, but since I perceive that these Jews that were by this pernicious fellow devoted to destruction were not wicked men, but conducted their lives after the best manner, and were men dedicated to the worship of that power who hath preserved the kingdom to me and to my ancestors, I do not only free them from the punishment which the former epistle, which was sent by Haman, ordered to be inflicted on them, to which if you refuse obedience, you shall do well. But I will that they have all honor paid to them. Accordingly, I have hanged up the man. Accordingly, I have hanged up the man that contrived such things against them, with his family, before the gates of Shushan, that punishment being sent upon him by the Most High, who seeth all things. And I give you in charge that you publicly propose a copy of this epistle through all my kingdom, that the Jews may be permitted peaceably to use their own laws, and that you assist them, that at the same season whereto their miserable estate did belong, they may defend themselves the very same day from unjust violence. The 13th day of the 12th month, which is Adar. For the Most High hath made a day of salvation instead of a day of destruction to them. And may it be a good day to those that wish us well, and a memorial of the punishment of the conspirators against us. And I will that you take notice that every city and every nation that shall disobey anything that is contained in this epistle shall be destroyed by fire and sword. However, let this epistle be punished. However, let this epistle be published through all the country that is under our obedience, and let all the Jews by all means be ready against the day before mentioned, that they may avenge themselves upon their enemies.
Okay, that's paragraph 12, right?
Khan.
Let's go real quick to Esther chapter 9. Tawam.
Yes, sir.
Let's get this in. Have I saluted you yet?
No, sir.
Let's get you in.
Tahawam Racha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yasha Allah.
Tawam Racha, Shal Shabbatah, Banashar, Ban Yasharah, Amajib, Rook, Yahweh Hashem Yashar Brakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Brakatah.
All right, let's do it. Let's get this chapter in.
Yes, sir.
And if one more after that, we'll go from there.
Esther chapter 9, verse 1. Now in the 12th month, that is, the month Adar, on the 13th day of the same, when the king's commandment and his decree drew near to be put in execution, in the day that the enemies of the Jews hoped to have power over them, though it was turned to the contrary, that the Jews had rule over them that hated them. The Jews gathered themselves together in their cities throughout all the provinces of the king Ahasuerus to lay hand on such as sought their hurt, and no man could withstand them, for the fear of them fell upon all people.
So by the time that the letters were sent out in the 3rd month, everybody was ready. Now the Jews could sit back here and execute vengeance on anybody that were going to sit back here and lay harm on them. Read on.
And all the rulers of the provinces and the lieutenants and the deputies and officers of the king helped the Jews, because the fear of Mordecai fell upon them. For Mordecai was great in the king's house, and his fame went out throughout all the provinces. For this man Mordecai waxed greater and greater. Thus the Jews smote all their enemies with the stroke of the sword, and slaughter, and destruction, and did what they would unto those that hated them. And in Shushan, the palace, the Jews slew and destroyed 500 men. And Parshadatha and Dalphon, and Aspatha, and Poratha, and Adalia, and Aridatha, and Parmashatha, and Arisai, and Ardai, and
Bajestatha. Yeah, Bajestatha, yeah. Mhm.
The 10 sons of Haman, the son of Hamadatha, the enemy of the Jews, slew they. But on the spoils laid they not their hand. On that day, the number of those that were slain in Shushan, the palace, was brought before the king.
So the back off what Darius said, on the actual day of the execution, Haman's sons were killed. Josephus said they was killed before that, but the scriptures, you got to go with the scriptures. The sons were killed on the day that the Jews were supposed to be executed. Read on.
Chapter
9, verse 12, right?
Verse 12, yes, sir. And the king said unto Esther the queen, the Jews have slain and destroyed 500 men in Shushan the palace, and the 10 sons of Haman. What have they done in the rest of the king's provinces? Now what is thy petition, and it shall be granted thee? Or what is thy request further, and it shall be done? Then said Esther, if it please the king, let it be granted to the Jews which are in Shushan, to do tomorrow also according unto this day's decree, and let Haman's 10 sons be hanged upon the gallows.
So I stand corrected. It was the second day. It was 2 days of killing. The second day Haman's sons were killed. Read on.
Verse 14. And the king commanded it so to be done. And the decree was given at Shushan. And they hanged Haman's 10 sons. For the Jews that were in Shushan gathered themselves together on the 14th day also of the month Adar, and slew 300 men at Shushan.
So they killed 500 on Shushan on the first day, which is the 13th, and 300 more on the 14th day. Okay, let's continue.
But on the prey they laid not their hands.
So they didn't take any spoil from that killing. Read on.
But the other Jews that were in the king's provinces gathered themselves together, and stood for their lives, and had rest from their enemies, and slew of their foes 75,000. But they had laid not their hand on the prey.
Read on.
On the 13th day of the month Adar, and on the 14th day of the same rested they, and made it a day of feasting and gladness. But the Jews that were at Shushan assembled together on the 13th day thereof, and on the 14th thereof, and on the 15th day of the same they rested, and made it a day of feasting and gladness.
So this says the Jews at Shushan assembled on the 13th. They didn't sit back and rest on the 13th. They assembled on the 13th. They rested on the 14th and 15th. Read on.
Therefore the Jews of the villages that dwelt in the unwalled towns made the 14th day of the month Adar a day of gladness and feasting, and a good day, and of sending portions one to another.
So, because the 13th day for the most people were the ones that were wiped, they wiped out the enemies. The 14th and the 15th day was the day of gladness and feasting. Read on.
Verse 20. And Mordecai wrote these things, and sent letters unto all the Jews that were in all the provinces of the king Ahasuerus, both nigh and far, to establish this among them, that they should keep the 14th day of the month Adar, and the 15th day of the same yearly.
So the 13th day was for the killing. The 14th and 15th day was for the feasting and celebrating. Read on.
Verse 22. As the days wherein the Jews rested from their enemies, and the month which was turned unto them from sorrow to joy, and from the mourning into a good day, that they should make them days of feasting and joy, and of sending portions one to another, and gifts to the poor. And the Jews undertook to do as they had begun, and as Mordecai had written unto them, because Haman, the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, the enemy of all the Jews, had devised against the Jews to destroy them, and had cast pur, that is, the lot, to consume them and to destroy them. But when Esther came before the king, he commanded by letters that his wicked device, which he had devised against the Jews, should return upon his own head, and that he and his sons should be hanged on the gallows.
God.
Wherefore they called these days Purim, after the name of Pur.
So Purim was based upon the changing of fortunes. It was one fortune that was set up for the Jews, but the Most High changed the fortunes of the Jews in their favor. And that's what the whole name Purim comes from. Read on.
Therefore, for all the words of this letter, and of that which they had seen concerning this matter, and which had come unto them, the Jews ordained, and took upon them, and upon their seed, and upon all such as joined themselves unto them, so as it should not fail, that they would keep these 2 days according to their writing, and according to their appointed time every year.
Mm-hmm.
And that these days should be remembered and kept throughout every generation, every family, every province, and every city, and that these days of Purim should not fail from among the Jews, nor the memorial of them perish from their seed. Then Esther the queen, the daughter of Abihail, and Mordecai the Jew, wrote with all authority to confirm this second letter of Purim. And he sent the letters unto all the Jews, to the 127 provinces of the king of Ahasuerus, with words of peace and truth, to confirm these days of Purim in their times appointed, according as Mordecai the Jew and Esther the queen had adjoined them, and as they had decreed for themselves and for their seed, the matters of the fasting and their cry. And the decree of Esther confirmed these matters of Purim. And it was written in the book.
Keep going.
And the king Ahasuerus laid a tribute upon the land and upon the isles of the sea, and all the acts of his power and of his might, and the declaration of the greatness of Mordecai, whereunto the king advanced him.
When it says King Ahasuerus laid a tribute upon the land and upon the isles of the sea, he's talking about how he extended out to Greece. Okay? Because Greece was nothing but islands around that area. But keep going.
Verse 2. And all the acts of his power and of his might, and the declaration of the greatness of Mordecai, whereunto the king advanced him, and are they not written in the book of the chronicles of the king of Media and Persia? For Mordecai the Jew was next unto King Ahasuerus, and great among the Jews, and accepted of the multitude of his brethren, seeking the wealth of his people, and speaking peace to all his seed.
Last thing, we're going to go back to that book of Esther and start off in the beginning of the book, where it says part of the 10th chapter after the Greek. You can read it, Adam.
And
This is really, it's like chapter 10, verse 1.
Apocrypha, Esther chapter 10, verse 1.
Yeah, it's really, yeah. It's 1 to 13, but it's really like, I would say 4 to 16 really is what it is. Because this goes right after verse 3 in Esther in the Bible.
Esther chapter
10.
it only goes up to 7.
Well, you look, this is the first one. On this computer one, it's like the first verse. On the actual book, you'll see the difference.
Yeah, it doesn't say chapter 10. It just starts at verse 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting at then.
Verse 4.
Verse 4. In the 2.
And it says, then Mordecai said.
Then Mordecai said, the Most High hath done these things. For I remember a dream which I saw concerning these matters, and nothing thereof hath failed.
Nothing that what happens is after everything happened, he remembered the dream that the Most High gave him before the experience. Read on.
A little fountain became a river, and there was light, and the sun, and much water. This river is Esther, whom the king married and made queen. And the two dragons are I and Aman. And the nations were those that were assembled to destroy the name of the Jews. In my nation is this Israel, which cried to the Most High and were saved. For the Most High hath saved his people, and the Most High hath delivered us from all those evils. And the Most High hath wrought signs and great wonders, which have not been done among the Gentiles.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore hath he made two lots, one for the people of the Most High,
The fate of the people. Read on.
and another for all the Gentiles.
John.
And these two lots came at the hour and time and day of judgment before Yahweh among all nations. So Yahweh remembered his people and justified his inheritance. Therefore those days shall be unto them in the month Adar, the 14th and 15th day of the first month.
In the same month. You got first?
No, I do not. The 14th and 15th day of the same month, with an assembly and joy and with gladness before Yahweh, according to the generations forever among his people.
Okay, so what we're going to do is that should have been read on the back end. I mistakenly brought it out initially. But that ends that chapter 10. And there's a little bit more in the Josephus if you choose to read it. It's a kind of a reiterating in paragraph 13. I'm not going to do it, but it's there. You know what I mean? I think we've gotten the point of the class. Are there any questions? Statements? Issues with Xerxes, whatever, Mordecai, whatever. Yes, sir?
Yeah, I noticed that as we were reading like Haman, he set it all up with the gallows. And in his mind, you kind of see him as he's setting up. You saw Mordecai on the gallows, his head turning purple. Yeah. You know, as he was suffocating.
Yeah, his ego was in there all the way.
Oh yeah, correct. And then at the same time as he's having this vision, the Most High's looking down on him with his head on the gallows, turning purple. So it's like one guy's looking at the other, and the Most High's looking at him, and they're all seeing the same thing.
And the beautiful thing is, that's how the Most High is going to deal with the nations. That's how he's going to deal with the apocalypse, everything. Listen, the United States thinks this World War III is going to go one way. Russia thinks it's going to go another way. And the Most High looks at it and knows how exactly he's going to handle that. Exactly the case. So everybody's under that delusion. And we just have to sit back and go along with the ride, stay in order, and pray the Most High blesses us for our obedience. Or at least acknowledges our attempt at obedience.
But the silver lining in that, you got to try to see the positive, is that we're going to be pulled out now. Like, the end of this, of the tribulation and the coming apocalypse, is that, it's to our benefit. So it's going to suck going through it, but it's finally here.
Well, and I look at what we're about to go through, what we're suffering now, prepares for what we're about to go through. And when we go through it, we got to sit back and hold on to every lesson the Most High has shown us leading up to this point. And having the willingness and the patience to deal with the ups. Listen, we deal with brothers' problems and ups and downs every day now. Can you imagine the ebbs and flows and the highs and lows and the emotional ups and downs we're going to experience having to work with the body during this? But that's what we're here for. And the Most High will give us what we need to endure it. But any questions? Any other questions? Let's do it. Amajim, Wupunya, Yerah Shalom. Rise and face Jerusalem. We're going to send our prayers up. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Micah Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless. Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yahshua.
The people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us
Also send unto us
much wisdom,
much wisdom,
much knowledge,
much knowledge,
much understanding,
much understanding,
much patience,
much patience,
much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood,
much brotherhood,
and much love,
much love,
spiritual power,
spiritual power,
and forgive all of our
and
sins.
forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh shall come quickly,
Yahweh shall come quickly,
for in thee
for in thee
is our hope,
is our hope,
always,
always,
and forever.
and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barak thou Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai,
Barak Thou B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawah, Nothing to know, Hathawah.
Hathawah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law. Barak thou Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai,
Barak Thou B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawah, Nothing to know,
Award.
Lakwara.
Lakwara.
I mean, Lara.
Lara.
Slakia. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see. Barak thou Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai,
Barak Thou B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawah, Nothing to know, Ha'ayo, Kwara, Lakwara,
Lakwara.
Ha'ai.
Aye.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us a ram's horn to call the people. Barak thou Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai,
Barak Thou B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawah, Nothing to know, Shaman,
Shema.
Zayath,
Zayat.
Lamashak,
Lamashak.
Yashrala.
Yashala.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
and to sing praise unto thy name,
to sing praise unto thy name,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
and thy faithfulness every night,
and thy faithfulness every night,
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
and upon the psaltery,
and upon the psaltery,
upon the harp,
upon the harp,
with the solemn sound.
with the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy work.
hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph
I will
in
triumph
the works of thy
in
hands.
the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works,
how great are thy works,
and thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not,
A brutish man knoweth not,
neither hath the fool understand this.
neither is the fool understand.
When the wicked springeth the grass,
When the wicked springeth the grass,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
For lo, thy enemies,
For lo, thine enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo, thy enemies
for lo, thine enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity
All the workers of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire
My desire
on my enemies,
on my enemies,
and my ears shall hear.
and my ears shall hear.
My desire
My desire
of the wicked
of the wicked
that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in
He
Lebanon.
shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourish,
They shall be fat and flourish,
to show that the Lord is upright.
to show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock,
He is my
and
rock.
there is no unrighteousness in him.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Okay, Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar.
Hama'awa,
Hama'awa.
Laduat,
Laduat.
Hanam,
Hanam.
Ma, Tawab,
Tawab.
Wama,
Wama.
Nahayam,
Nahayam.
Shabbat,
Shabbat.
Akim,
Akim.
Gum,
Gum.
Yachad,
Chad.
Kashaman,
Hashman.
Hatawab,
Hatuah.
Ayel,
Ayel.
Harash,
Harash.
Yarad,
Yerad.
Ayel,
Ayel.
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan.
Zakwan,
Zakwan.
Aharad,
Aharad.
Shayarad,
Shairad.
Ayel,
Ayel.
Hayat,
Hayat.
Manawathiwa,
Manawathiwa.
Kator,
Kator.
Karamwan,
Karamwan.
Shayarad,
Shairad.
Ayel,
Ayel.
Haroria,
Aroria.
Tazayawan,
Zion.
Kaya,
Kaya.
Sham,
Sham.
Tazawah,
Tazawah.
Yahweh,
Yahweh.
Af, Habaraka,
Habaraka.
Kayayim,
Kayayim.
Ain,
Ain.
Har Walam,
Hawalam.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
This Psalms real quick. Psalms 133 verse 1. Behold,
Behold,
how good and how pleasant
how good and how pleasant
it
it
is
is
for brethren to dwell together in unity.
to dwell together in unity.
It is like the precious ointment upon the head
It is like a precious ointment upon the head
that ran down upon the beard,
that ran down upon the beard,
even Aaron's beard,
Aaron's beard,
that went down to the skirts of his garments,
that went down to the skirts of his garments,
as the dew of Hermon,
as the dew of Hermon,
as the dew that descended from the mountains of Zion.
as the dew that descended from the mountains of Zion.
For there
For there
the Lord commanded the blessing,
the Lord commanded the blessing,
even life forevermore.
even life forevermore.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rachno.
Rachno.
By Shorty.
Washad.
Wabiath.
Wabiath.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rachno.
Rachno.
By Shorty.
Washad.
Wabiath.
Wabiath.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rachno.
Rachno.
By Shorty.
Washad.
Wabiath.
Wabiath.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rachno.
Rachno.
By Shorty.
Washad.
Wabiath.
Wabiath.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Rakatha Yahweh.
Rakatha Yahweh.
Rakatha Yahushua.
Rakatha Yahushua.
Rakatha Yahweh.
Rakatha Yahweh.
Rakatha Yahushua.
Rakatha Yahushua.
All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all patience, all mercy, all long suffering,
All long suffering.
all power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. By Hashem,
Hashem.
Yahushua,
Yahushua.
the
The
water,
water.
yeah,
Banana.
Aman.
Aman.
Circle up. You got it, that one?
Yes.
Saluting out.
Saluting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, wa Yahushai, wa Kol Yasha'Allah, men of Israel, Amajim, Barak,
Yahweh, by Hashem, Yahushua, Rakatha.
Kwam Yashallah,
Kwam Yashallah.
Kwam Yashallah,
Kwam Yashallah.
Kwam Yashallah,
Kwam Yashallah.
Yashallah.
Turn the face, sister. Man Shabbat. Please stand.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amajim, Barak.
Yahweh Shema Alatham by Hashem Yahushua. Yes, Matah. Dismissed. Fall out. Tawadi off, tune in. I will see you guys on Monday. Tawada, see you soon.